It's February 21st, and this is the budget meeting for deliberations. I hope everybody had a great Family Day weekend and had a chance to enjoy some of the great activities the town and our partners offered. Madam Clerk, do we have any regrets for this meeting?
We have no regrets for this meeting.
Thank you. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we have no consent items, no confidential consent items, and we move to discussion items. I have been asked by some members just for some clarification on the role of the committee today and then councillors, and just to clarify that it will be the committee that votes on the recommendation today, and that our council colleagues that have taken the time to attend committee, welcome, and your clarifying questions are always appreciated. But as a reminder, the committee is what votes on today's, any of today's adjustments. You'll have your opportunity on February 27th. All right, so 5.1, looking over at Jonathan. We had some outstanding business from the last budget meeting in regards to questions on corporate services. So I turn it over to you, Jonathan, to give us an update on that request.
Thank you, Councillor Hazel-Thiel. And so just, I'm wondering if the clerk can perhaps bring up that one-page summary that I had prepared for that question. And while the clerk is bringing that up, I also want to let committee and members of council know that our directors from our various programs are here, either in person or online. So with all the questions or with all the items that come up on our agenda today, they would be able to help answer any questions as best as they can. I don't think it's that one. I think it's the other one that's just a one-pager with some numbers on it. There we go. And do you mind to zoom in a little bit more too, please? All right, can members of committee read that well enough? Is that zoomed in enough? I'm seeing some nods. All right. So at the last budget committee meeting, I had been asked to provide a little bit more information about the corporate revenues and expenses that the town has in the budget book, specifically the items on tab 28. One of the questions that came out of that conversation was trying to reconcile the amount that is on our net tax levy item, which is on page 45 of the budget book, with the actual chart that is on tab 28. So what I've done here is put together a bit of a simple document based off of the chart that's on tab 28 in the budget book. Now I have focused only on the 2023 requested budget column. I've taken all the other ones out just for simplicity. And so what I've also done is I've added the totals here. You'll see the total expenditures line of $83 million. And what I've done is actually removed the taxation row and moved it all the way to the bottom. And then I've retotaled all of the corporate revenue, which now totals to $53 million. And then once you take the difference between the total expenditures of 83 and the total revenues of 53, you end up with that $30,153,000 figure that is actually on page 45 of the budget book. So hopefully that helps to reconcile that a little bit. And then, as I said a minute ago, that $238 million of tax levy, that is the number that we need to make sure that our budget is balanced. So we've removed that to make it a little bit clearer. So hopefully that helps with that one. Now, with respect to the details that are on here, I thought I would just go through each row in detail to add a little bit more information as to what is included in each line. So the first one up under our corporate expenses is personnel services and benefits. And this is for some of the personnel-related costs that we need to cover corporately, for example, mat leave top-ups. You may have noticed that the amount has increased from last year's budget, and this is partially due to a change in how we administer staff who are on long-term leave. Materials and supplies, the next line is for postage and various supplies. Purchase services, this line includes costs for our audit fees, for WSIB charges, and for our insurance costs. Insurance is quite expensive, as you can imagine. Payments and grants for $8.5 million. So the debt charges are the largest component of this amount, which also explains the increase in the line as we've added debt payments for the North Park long-term debt. These debt charges will be funded by DCs, and you'll see that come up in the revenue section below when I get there. This line also includes the budget for our property tax assessment write-offs. So this is when ratepayers appeal the assessed value of their property, and if successful, we need to refund them the town share of the corresponding tax reduction. So that is also included in that line. And then the last line, which is by far the largest at $71 million, these are our internal expenses and transfers. And of this number, approximately $45 million is to fund our capital levy, and another $14 million is for transfers to our capital reserve. The remaining balances in there are for other reserve transfers, and that also includes transferring our investment income to our reserves and our reserve funds in line with council policy. You'll see that come up in the revenue section when I get to the interest or investment income row. So that's the total expenditures in the corporate area, and I'll also touch on the corporate revenue lines a little bit more. So supplementary taxes, the first line up there, those are for additional taxes that we collect not previously considered for things like new assessment coming online or for improvements to a property. Payments in lieu of taxes, also known as PILs, are for funds collected in lieu of typical property taxes from government-related entities. Our POA Halton Court fines are for the town's share of the penalties and fines that are collected from the Halton POA Court, and this number has gone down to reflect the changes in their business plan for this year. ASC program revenue is a new row this year, and it reflects the expected revenue from the ASC program. Penalties and interest are the amounts that are paid for outstanding tax balances, and I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Interest income is the next one, and the number that's here reflects all of the interest income that we expect to earn in 2023. But it's important to note that it's reflective of all funds that we have. So so a good portion of those revenues are for our reserves and reserve funds. And so keeping in line with council policy, we actually transfer those earnings back to the reserves and reserve funds. So that's why you see the full amount here as a revenue item, but you also see it as an expense up above because we actually have to transfer it into those reserves and reserve funds. The row after that is $6.1 million, which is our expected dividend from Oakville Hydro. The fund transfers are $12 million, and those are for funds coming in from various sources. So a couple of examples, our tax stabilization for transit that we talked about earlier for $3.2 million is in here. It also has those DC funds coming from DCs to pay the DC debt payments that I mentioned a minute ago. So we need to show the revenue coming in to make those payments as well, so there's no impact on the tax levy. And then the last row is for internal recoveries for just under $8 million. And this is for the internal accounting for various recoveries that we have within the organization. So a good example is the building department, which needs to reflect the total cost of its operations, including the cost of corporate support. So we use these recovery accounts to charge building for the support provided by the organization. And if you look in the building program budget, you'll see that they have an internal expense, which is actually the other side of this transaction. So I hope that provides a little bit more color to some of the numbers that are in there. But otherwise, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
I think you have some questions. So Councillor Elgar.
Jonathan, thank you very much for that more detailed information. It's going to take my brain a little longer than it took right now to understand it all. But can you explain to me where the $3,016,600 difference is between last year and this year? Because that's what it's gone up by based on the numbers I see.
Oh, so you're talking...
I'm talking 22 to 23, the year.
You're talking, so on tab 28 in the budget book?
Well, that didn't help me much when I looked at it, I got to say. But if you could help me out where the extra 3 would fall into those revenues and expenses.
So just making sure that I'm looking at the same thing that you are, Councillor.
Well, I'm looking at the one is 27,136,400 versus the 30,153,000.
So the total on the net tax levy.
Net.
Gotcha.
And then the net on the levy.
Yep. So there's a couple different things that drove that number. One of which is the DC debt payments that we've got this year. So that's a new item that's been added. So for 60 Mile Sports Complex.
So okay, so that's the the debt, and that explains quite a bit of it then?
That's a portion of it, yes. There are
Okay.
some other changes that are in there as well. There's also the funding for transit for the tax stabilization. That's in there. That was not in there previously. The capital levy increase has gone in there, which we put in every year at 1% of last year's tax amount. And that's offset by some of the changes. Last year we had government funding in there for COVID impacts. That's come out. So there are, I mean, it's not as simple as to say it's just the DC debt payment, but those are some of the big hitters that are in there.
Okay, maybe we can talk offline a little bit more. I appreciate that. Going forward, you talked about tax write-offs. What are we writing off every year that we can't collect the taxes from people? Would you have a more detailed number on that?
Certainly. So through you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. When we talk about tax write-offs, we're mostly talking about assessment-based write-offs. So for example, if a ratepayer has their property assessed at a certain value, and they appeal that, the value that's been determined by MPAC, once that appeal goes forward, if they're successful, we have to refund them any taxes that they paid at what was deemed to be too high of an assessment. So it's not our inability to collect on the property, it's actually about how much was assessed on it, and we would have to give a portion back, and the region gives their portion back, and the school boards, et cetera.
Wow. So how far are we behind on assessments right now from MPAC anyhow? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they've been reassessing housing for a while.
So through you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. So you're right, the assessment has not been updated by MPAC for quite some time. Having said that, there are lots of appeals that take a while to work their way through the system. So some of them are for multi-years as well. And any new properties that come on can still get assessed too. The full valuation that MPAC done on 4-year cycle hasn't been done for a while, but they still do add new properties to the roll routinely as they come on board, as we get building permits, or as they get building permit information, as new properties are added.
Okay. I thank you. Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate the information. We'll talk.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Are there any other questions from the committee in this regard? All right, I think we get to move on to the next part. The Budget Committee received on Thursday night the answers to the questions that they had posed. There's approximately 85 pages. Out of courtesy to the committee, I wanted to give everyone an opportunity to ask staff questions about what was provided. So I'm referring to the appendixes that are in our report today. And I think we'll just start going through each appendix. I do appreciate the staff making themselves available for any questions that may come up. And so I am going to Appendix B, which is the staff report on the annual spending on legal fees over 10 to 15 years. And I'm looking to the committee. Do you have any questions on this report? Okay. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for the report. I guess my question is with regards to, I know it's hard to predict where we're going to go legally, but from my sort of understanding with the changes that the province has made, there may actually end up being less litigation at the tribunal, just due to the restrictions and sort of the parameters with which they've decided we can play the game. So I guess I'm wondering what staff's recommendation is in terms of what they foresee from a planning matter in terms of litigation moving forward with the changes that the province has made, or if they still see the same amount of time we've got to spend in front of a tribunal and the need for litigation with regards to that.
Madam Chair, Neil Garby, our Commissioner of Community Development, is on.
Commissioner?
Good morning, Chair Haslett-Thiel and members of council. It's really difficult to predict how things will unfold. It could go better through the OLT or significantly worse. The timeframes are very, very sharp, so the developer has a lot more ability to appeal sooner. So I wouldn't hazard a guess right now as to the direction that is likely to happen. We've seen a couple of significant appeals already in the short while. So I'm not sure if that's a trend or just the mood in the development industry. So there's a lot of factors that will play into that. So I apologize for the non-answer, but it's really hard to predict at this early age.
Okay, thank you. I figured it might be, I'm okay for now, Madam Chair, then. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my council colleagues, not only on the committee, but all the other members of council, most of them seem to be here, at least virtually. I would just point out two things. There's an editorial in this morning's online newspaper, Oakville News, calling on us to fight the province over the changes that have been rolling out, and prompted apparently by the letter to appeal that I released recently. And if we're going to do that, that's going to cost money, and we might not have enough money here rather than too much. And the second thing I'd point out is I've observed that so far this term, we have turned down or delayed or otherwise been extremely reluctant and not approved anyway, over 7,000 new housing units. And those matters are going to be probably at the tribunal unless council were to change its collective mind about intensification. And so at the appropriate time, I'm going to suggest to the committee that we add another $500,000 to the staff proposal for $500,000 for legal defense. And if we don't wind up in lots of expensive fights, well, it won't be spent. It'll go into the tax stabilization reserve fund, and so it'll all be okay, I think. But you know, if we're girding for war, we ought to recognize that and appropriate appropriately, if I can use those two words in the same sentence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor Adams.
Thanks. I just, to the Commissioner, the only other thing in terms of the discussion that you provided, my understanding is that we're also at risk under the new rules of having to pay the other side's costs more likely than we used to. That's correct?
I think there's expanded rules for, through you, Madam Chair. There is expanded rules on cost recovery. It's reduced the limits applied, and I think there's higher tests or lower tests for rather to assess costs on that. But perhaps Doug Carr can elaborate a little bit better on the nuances in the legislation. But I believe you're correct, Councillor.
Thanks.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, to staff. Based on what I just heard, the $500,000, could that also be taken out of tax stabilization for 2023, or would that cause a problem?
Through you, Madam Chair, it could be taken out of stabilization. It would depend on whether the committee feels it's an ongoing expense or a temporary blip.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Any other questions on Appendix B? My follow-up question would just be, have we in the past, according to this report, taken those one-time funds that arise due to litigation out of tax stabilization?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we have.
Okay, thanks very much. We go to Appendix C, which is the staff report on the current financial situation of Future Energy Oakville, which is known as FEO, and the performance of their service contract. I believe, Councillor Adams, you asked for this report. Do you have any questions of the committee? Or, sorry, of the staff?
Well, I'll just clarify. My understanding is the funding allotment that we have, it comes back for our consideration this fall anyway, and so I'm okay with that.
That's correct. You will receive a report from FEO later in the year.
Okay. Seeing no other questions on Appendix C. Appendix D is that the staff report on the summary of the use of development charge funds and growth projects and provide prioritized list of growth projects at risk due to Bill 23. Does the committee have any questions? Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. And I can't remember which member of council put this on the order paper and elicited this report, but I want to thank him for it because I think this is helpful to the public to understand how we finance growth and what we do with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. All right, we are going to Appendix E, which is provide a comparison of transit fares with other transit providers within the GTHA, specifically with respect to seniors and youth, and provide information identifying the impact on the 2023 budget of offering free transit as a pilot for customers between the ages of 0 to 18 and seniors 65 plus. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to staff with regards to the timing with when we're going to be coming back with a review of how transit is ordered in town. I mean, we went from a grid to a spoke hub, and I'm not sure when we're going to be revisiting that master plan. I'm a little hesitant, as much as I support trying to encourage people to take the ride. I'm a little hesitant just using fares as the only way that's going to get people onto the bus, and without the other aspect of efficiency and frequency and communications and buy-in from partnerships and all the other stuff that goes into increasing ridership. So I'm wondering when we might be dealing with all that other bucket of stuff, which from what I've read might have more to do with getting people on a bus than free does. So I'm wondering if staff might be able to speak to that. Thank you.
Director?
Through you, Madam Chair. In this year's budget, in the 2023 budget, we've actually put in some funds to do a 5-year plan. And that 5-year plan will look at all those elements that you've just noted in identifying means to increase or better service, provide a different type of service, whatever is out there in terms of technology, look at fares, fare structures, all of the above, everything that you've mentioned. And we are hoping to start it right after the budget process has been completed. So it is in the budget to look at. It is a fulsome review, a 5-year plan. And on top of that, we use our annual plans to help implement each item or items identified in that 5-year plan. So it is underway.
Well, thank you, Director, and through you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is, would you rather council wait until you've done the 5-year plan before we start down this path, or allow you the flexibility to bring it in after you've started to see where you're going to go? I mean, what is staff's prerogative on what we've got before us here?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would recommend having the review completed. This will give us some time to actually go back and review what's happened in the past, identify the types of service modes that we are able to provide now that we weren't in the past, review all the ridership trends as a result of the COVID pandemic as well. We are not at 100% of the pre-pandemic ridership, but we are seeing the trends of return. The question we have is, what are those trends and how are they moving forward? And other items in terms of looking forward to what we can provide as a transit service to the residents.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you to you, Madam Chair, to our transit chief. I'm worried about analysis paralysis here, you know, where we spend all the time studying it and never getting anything done. But I also think that, could you explain more of what the costs would be? Because it was a question of delegations that came to us, and I think in trying to respond to them on the idea of offering it free, we talked about, and I know the mayor brought it up, and I absolutely support him. We have to do something different. Like, how far away are we from doing something different? And do you have any ideas what the different things should be so that we do get people using the transit more than they are now? I think it's worth taking a few minutes on this one. It's a big chunk of money. It's like 33,177,000 on the levy itself. So I think it's time to spend a little bit of time and try to figure out what we're going to do if we don't do anything today, what we're going to be able to do within the next year.
Through you, Madam Chair, the 5-year plan is planned to be completed within a year. However, before that 5-year plan is completed, staff are going to be looking at analysis with regards to what transit on demand can do for the town. Again, we are waiting for technology to help us unlock the potential of that service, which we are currently piloting in 2 of the wards. And that from unleashing the technology, understanding what travel patterns are, understanding what residents are looking for in terms of transit services, working with that information to identify next steps of on-demand will help as a short-term measure, but that long-term measure would be that 5-year plan, which within about a year, we would have a good idea as to what we would recommend as transit staff for next steps.
CAO closing.
I did want to add as well, through you, Madam Chair, that really 2023 is the first opportunity we've had since getting over COVID to really do that analysis. The last couple of years, of course, we have been impacted by COVID. It was January of 2022 that we were in a lockdown. So there wasn't really an opportunity prior to this to be able to do the kind of analysis that we now can do to get a better understanding of how we can move ourselves more quickly out of the COVID situation and into a more viable opportunities for transit. The other piece I would add too is that at the same time, we are also doing the Transportation Master Plan. Adrian is quite right. We're looking at the 5-year, which is definitely the program for transit in this particular 5-year term, but we also need to look very long-term. So we have the Transportation Master Plan, which will be underway. It will look at the transit as well, of course, as one of those modes of travel to see what longer-term opportunities we do to continue to grow the transit option. So really my point is that I wouldn't suggest that we're in analysis by paralysis, because this really is the first opportunity we have to do the kind of work that we're going to be doing in 23.
So as staff and your expertise, you figure that the $550,000 to give free transit to the youth from May to December and the $540,000 for transit for seniors 65 and over would not be the proper thing to do at this point in time?
My suggestion to you is that it wouldn't be our first choice to do that pilot project at this point in time, but if you chose to do the pilot project, we could then incorporate it into the analysis that we're doing. So we would come out with that understanding a little bit more at the end of into 2024.
I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you for Councillor Elgar. Councillor Lishchina.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is frustrating.
Director, I guess my question is to follow up on Councillor Marin and Councillor Elgar's points is the goal to get to pre-pandemic levels? Because we know those weren't sufficient. The ridership was not great pre-pandemic. We did have a slight bump there, but again, there was a significant amount of money that was still being put towards transit. So I guess my question is regarding this 5-year plan review, are we looking at different targets? And are we thinking of changing strategy almost completely? Because whatever was working pre-pandemic really wasn't sufficient. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the idea behind the review is really to understand what is currently happening in terms of travel trends, understanding where people or customers want to go, and really identifying how we as a transit agency can do that most efficiently. As I mentioned previously, we are trying or piloting the on-demand, which we do hear is very successful in other municipalities, which helps reduce the use of fixed route scheduled services and really does put the onus on an on-demand feature where residents can call on the service and get taken to the rest of the system or throughout the entire network. So the idea is really identifying what service delivery options we have here in the town and how we can apply them to the current trending of ridership that we're seeing and going to be forecasting in the future.
If I could just add, I think the other element is the urban mobility strategy that council had received. It would have been well over a year ago now, that we will be consulting with the public as we do the transportation master plan. And absolutely, the plan is on the urban mobility for climate change and a whole bunch of reasons to move people better. We have to look at growing our transit, growing our ability to use cycling and pedestrian ways of moving people. So that is absolutely where in the longer term we need to be.
Councillor Lischina, any follow-up? Okay, thank you. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the CEO's remark, especially linking all of this, reminding us of our climate emergency declaration. Madam Chair, could I ask for a change in the way we're going to do this meeting? Could we, in previous years, we've had the spreadsheet up on the screen and we go through all the known proposals and we debate them once instead of what looks like is going to wind up being twice. If we could do it that way, we'd be here less than all day, I think. And if we don't, I think we're going to be here till tomorrow. But in any case, I championed this this proposal of free transit for all youth and all seniors was something that I championed at the committee meeting in reaction to the suggestions by Councillor Elgar, Councillor Shi, and Councillor O'Meara, each one asking about promoting transit in a different segment of the population. And paradoxically, the people who ride the buses to go to the GO station actually get a provincial break on their, a provincially funded break on their bus cost. And so at the appropriate time, and I would prefer if we changed our method of proceeding to do it now, to just take the list and that I believe staff have and put it up and let's go through them one by one and see where we get. And we can ask questions as we go, but then we've got a certain amount of finality after each point rather than then doubling back and doing it over again. Is that something that you'd be prepared to do?
Thank you for the suggestion, Mayor Burton. I did ponder that before I landed on the process that we're going to follow. I do respect people's time. I also believe that there's fulsome information in these appendixes that councillors and the committee haven't had a chance to ask that may impact their decisions on each of those line items. And I would hope that the committee members would be considerate if we've had a fulsome discussion, once we pull the spreadsheet up and we get to that line item, that they will then, not belabor the point, but rather be prepared to get to a decision. I think it can work both ways if we're all considerate of, we don't need to go on and on and on about our perspective once we've had a chance for these questions to be answered. So my answer would be, I'd like to proceed as I've suggested.
Well, all right, then in that spirit, I'll take this opportunity to give my comments so that it's just a vote up and down when we get to the spreadsheet. Is that my understanding? Do I understand correctly?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. So as I say, I synthesized this proposal in order to champion the suggestions that I heard from my colleagues. And I'm committed to this. I'm gonna put it forward, or I will move it at the appropriate time. And I guess I've already given my reasons. I will speak to the question of whether on the levy or out of reserves. I believe that once we start this, we will not, I don't want to get out of it once we start it, and that's why I'm going to propose that it be on the levy. And in the in the ensuing work that staff will do on transit and transportation, things may change, and great if they do. And we will, if they work out in such a way to permit it, we'll repurpose these funds to other things that the town needs and wants. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor Shi. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. Councillor Adams has his hand up and he's a committee member. He gets to go first.
Thank you. Partly I'm going to talk about the process. I don't really know what I'm talking about because I understand that there may be some other motions that you want to put on the floor. So I don't know what I'm speaking to. And so if I don't know what I'm speaking to, when we do get to the spreadsheet, I'm sure I'm going to want to speak to something because I don't know what you're putting on the floor. On this matter, I agree if we're moving forward with free transit for youth and seniors, then I think it ought to be on the tax levy. I don't think it's sustainable to take it in out of reserves because it's something that we're going to continue with.
So Councillor Adams, thank you for asking for clarification. At the appropriate time, I will be moving a motion that does ask staff to provide a comprehensive transit report with options that increase transit frequency and ridership, including the assessment of pilots, best practices, and other options that support the long-term success of transit. And after receiving that report, Council should then consider that funding be available through tax stabilization, should it be a pilot or a trial. So I intend to move that motion, but I will do so at the appropriate time. And what we're speaking to right now are any questions or answers you might have, or answers you're seeking on each of the appendixes. So now I'll go to Councillor Shi.
Thank you, Sir Madam Chair. So I have a question for Director. So what data do we use and what's the formula to calculate those revenue loss for the seniors, for the youth?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's multiple avenues that or multiple data sources, primarily actual ridership. That is our primary key. Another piece is what we forecasted in terms of ridership for the upcoming year. And then we also look at ridership that we had in 2019. And we have to use multiple variables to really understand what we could potentially be seeing in ridership based on what we've seen last year, but also compared to the previous year's pre-pandemic levels. In terms of the costing, we do have formulas with regard to individual fares. So the seniors' fares was applied to the senior ridership to get a forecasted number.
Okay, so for my understanding, correct if I'm wrong, so if we calculate the loss of the revenue, that's kind of, for example, eligible group age people there, they used to be use the ridership, they used to pay, and now if we get a free, so that group of people, they can free. So is that, we calculate that, the group of people?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's the general idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shi. Councillor Dudek.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. We keep hearing at the regional level, the request for regional transit, and it gets bounced around. Is that something in this fulsome report, the 5-year plan, that you'll be coming back with or addressing the possibility of regional transit and what the cost would be for Oakville taxpayers?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would, pardon, I'm jumping in and saying, no, it is not something we would be looking at. The 5-year plan is looking at our program for transit at the town. There is a study, though, as you may very well be aware of, at the regional level, which is called the operationalization of transit. It is a study, it's out now. I think a consultant has been retained to do that work. And part of that work is looking at the governance and how best to move forward with transit. So that work is underway. We, as Oakville staff, are very much involved in that, as the other area municipalities are as well, with the region in looking at the full breadth of transit and how we operationalize the making transit work. There was a previous study that was done on how we make that work. Governance is very much part of that.
Thank you.
So I'm looking and seeing no additional questions. So we move to Appendix F, which is that the staff will provide further details on the active transportation initiatives, including a breakdown on components and amounts, and the staff report on active transportation grants, and that the staff report back on specific bike lanes to be developed and recreational trails for 2023-2024. So are there questions? So I think Councillor Adams, as a committee member, gets to go first, and then I'll go to Councillor O'Meara and then to Councillor McNeese. Councillor Adams?
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, in the report, it's got total AT infrastructure numbers of 31.9 and 15 million, but they, as I read the report, they include the significant costs associated with roads in a number of these projects. So the actual active transportation number is significantly less than that.
Director Stevens?
Through you, Chair Haslett-Thiel. Yes, that's correct. These are the total capital costs for those projects.
Okay.
And AT is a component.
Okay. And so if there was additional funding available over time, we would be able to bring forward other projects. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair Haslett-Thiel. So additional capital funding sorry, is your question about a separate standalone projects?
Yeah, either that or for refurbishment of existing infrastructure in the AT category. So for example, there's the Upper Middle Road projects, which are out a number of years. There's projects on, the 9th Line refurbishment project. So we've got a number of these projects, and those are just ones that are in my ward. I'm sure there are many others across town. And a number of them are out a number of years. And they're out a number of years in part because of lack of funding. So if there was additional funding that was categorized for active transportation, it would allow staff to come back with additional projects to complete earlier.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, through Madam Chair. So I think Councillor Adams, your question is there are renewal projects that's related specific to AT that's planned over the 10-year capital program. Some of those projects are later in the year, and what you're looking at is potentially moving some of them further up into this current year budget. So that's one opportunity. The second way is that, as you see, the current budget is set up where there are renewal projects that's of course allocated for 23, and there are new ATs that are part of an overall road network. So that's why the number is really large, and it's difficult to just break down the component of AT. Through our asset management plan, we regularly review our conditions, our certain pathways and assets, and then we place them appropriately throughout the 10-year capital program. So there is sufficient, I'll say, allocation planning funds for the future for AT projects. It's not necessarily there's insufficient. It's just a different year that we placed it through the asset management renewal assessment and the conditions that asset management group go through.
Okay, so, but there is this list, and like I said, if funding was available, you would be able to bring forward either improvements to the active transportation infrastructure or renew some of that stuff earlier than we are.
Through Madam Chair, we will have to look at the resource levels in terms of our current 10-year capital program is fairly large, as you can see, and it is balanced through the availability of the resourcing. If we increase the current 2023 capital, I'll say, envelope to do more project, we'll have to look at some other project that potentially will have to go lower down the list if we put priority to the AT project. So we do have to report back on the resource level and balancing between the overall capital program that Joe's department has to complete.
And so obviously staff would have to prioritize things. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I'm fully support spending of these funds on this. I guess my question is it the best, and not to get too far into the operational side of things, but spending of $160,000 to preach to the converted, I'm wondering whether we not just focus on building the infrastructure that people need in order to use active transportation. I mean, I continue to see, you know, well, we have to show people the benefits. I mean, if people in 2023 don't know the benefits of being active rather than sitting in a car right now, I don't know what we're going to do to win them over, other than make it a little better and efficient for them. So I'm not sitting here trying to you know, craft what we're going to use it for, but I think that I would like to see more of a focus on just getting the infrastructure built that we need to make it so that people can use it, rather than trying to continue to convince people it's the right thing to do. I'm wondering if staff might just take that away if and when we approve this, because I'm happy to support this. But then my last question on the page 28, section C, the transportation demand management element, I think that's great to be leveraging those other partnerships in our municipalities. But one thing that I have had conversations with businesses and employers about is first mile, last mile. And we are gapping on that in terms of people doing that. And I'm wondering, when we talk about options such as walking, cycling, carpooling, taking transit, and telecommuting, I'm wondering if we can also put a focus on first mile, last mile, because I think that's one of the hesitations that a lot of companies have with regards to getting their employees and moving them around and investing in their own employees using public transit.
Sorry, yeah, through you, Councillor Hazat-Thiel. Certainly when we're having those discussions with employers and prospective employers, those questions do come up, and you know, that could be tied to things like walking and cycling that are listed in here, but there might be other solutions as well. So this gives us the opportunity to have those conversations and understand what those first mile, last mile challenges might be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Councillor McNeice.
Through you, Madam Chair. My apologies, I'm late to the previous item, Appendix E, just on the bus fare. I just had a point of clarification. Last week during the delegations, I think the last delegation, we had quite the conversation on Kingston and Burlington's model, some adjustments there. I just wanted some clarification where information on that fits into that appendix. Is there sort of a follow-up report, or how can we make the best decision knowing that, basically?
Thank you, Councillor McNeice. When the motion on the floor asks for a comprehensive report, I think we should include Kingston and Burlington and several others, and how we learn from them, but also how we have a Made in Oakville solution. So thank you for your question and clarification.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions on ATMP? Okay, we are moving on. We are at Appendix G, which is snow clearing options, with location details and a description of service levels. Are there any questions on this appendix? Councillor Elgar.
We've been around this a few times, and I realize what staff are saying, but I just don't think it's a practical use of taxpayers' money at this point in time.
So for clarification, Councillor Elgar, about the snow clearing in downtown or Kerr, or are you talking about
No, I was talking
Windrow?
about the Windrow. Sorry, G is okay. The snow clearing downtown?
Yes, so the snow clearing, Appendix G is the snow clearing for downtown and for Kerr and Bronte and or North Palermo. And so it is just itemizing what that cost could be or has been for the downtown BIA, as well as if we increased it to Bronte and Kerr, as well as North Palermo.
Can we get the downtown, that's just, is that for the sidewalks also, the new wider sidewalks, this one?
Yeah, so for clarification, and I see our director is here, the question on the floor is it for the enhanced increased sidewalk?
It's for, through you, Madam Chair, it's for the enhanced service. So it's not for a wider sidewalk at this point. It's to make sure that we are clearing not just the 1.5 meters for the sidewalk, but also the boulevard area, just to make sure that there's no interruption for people coming in and out of the BIAs. We did list a few options, and they're all listed there with their appropriate cost. Would you like another
Was that the $85,000 it would take to do the whole sidewalk then, to do it properly?
Yes, so that's for the downtown BIA. That's beyond just Navy to Allen. It will include a larger catchment area in front of storefronts, et cetera. That will be 80,000 is the original cost. That's option one. Option two is for enhanced service to go beyond those limits of all Navy to Allen, including Kerr and Bronte BIA. So not just the downtown BIA, but includes the two additional BIAs as well.
Do the other two, like does Kerr and Bronte need that also right now without having the wider sidewalks? Or is it just, is the downtown the only issue right now that has got a problem?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, this was something that we wanted to make sure that if we're offering the service, that it's making, that we do cover equitably all the BIAs. I do understand your question, Councillor. So you are looking at, is it required now before any enhancements done to the actual, the capital improvements that are required? So the answer, I'm just offering the recommendations from us, which is here's the cost. It would have to be sort of your thoughts as to would you like to proceed or not prior or post construction.
Sorry, I'd just like to provide some clarification. So the request in front of you is 80,000 for continued enhanced sidewalk clearing along the reconstructed Lakeshore Road and downtown BIA. So that's the 80,000. So we currently, in the past, have done it for 2 years for the pilot, just for the Lakeshore Road reconstructed area. So what's in front of you is the 80,000 for that area. Now, to answer the question regarding whether it's Kerr, or we have issues with Kerr or Bronte, we haven't had any issues in terms of expressing to us that we need this particular service. We're just indicating to you how much it will cost if council choose to extend that service beyond the downtown into the Kerr and the Bronte BIA. We typically only plow the 1.5 meters for the sidewalk in Kerr and Bronte. We don't plow the little boulevard area between the parking and the sidewalk. So there will be a bit of a snow in between that piece. So that is a differentiation between Kerr and Bronte that we currently don't do that service, and Lakeshore Road, the reconstructed enhanced boulevard that we have been doing it for the last 2 years.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a problem with adding the money for the downtown at this point. I guess we'll look at whatever happens with the redoing of Kerr and Bronte also at that point in time. Doesn't seem like seems like a no-brainer. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
I just wanted to clarify the figures that we have. So the 80,000 on covers the highlighted yellow on page 34 of the agenda, which is figure 1. And the next section, the 110, does it cover both the green and the orange highlighted sidewalk areas, but not specifically the fire hydrants, or it does cover the digging out of fire hydrants on figures 1, 2, and 3? And the last number, 84,800, it covers the green and orange on figures 4 through 9?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. It does cover those, the two colors that you mentioned, the red or the yellow and the green. The hydrants are more for us to kind of know the locations, just for the mapping purposes. But I think that would be the cost as you see them. So option, or the 110,000 includes all 3 BIAs, including the expanded area for downtown BIA, beyond Navy to Allen.
Okay, so, but to the Lakeshore Road section of downtown by itself is 80. And then in addition, if you want those side streets done, it's the 110.
That is correct.
And the side streets, it's only those sections that are highlighted, so it's not all of the side streets.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Nchazi, thank you for your information today. Can you help me understand, so when I go around our BIA districts, not just Lakeshore in the downtown village, I observe what I'll call a miniature windrow between the parked cars and the sidewalk, no matter what width the sidewalk is. We get a windrow when we get a pile of snow along the curb when the street is plowed, and then we get another force going the other way of snow from the sidewalk plow. Is that your understanding? Do I have that correctly?
Through you, Madam Chair, that does occur, and we do have the ability to also, with the downtown BIA, just a section from Navy to Allen, to hand clear that area as best as we can. That doesn't happen in the other BIAs.
Thank you. So that was a question to set up this question. On the maps that you provide with the green and the orange, do these windrows already occur there, even though we haven't, fixed this, or upgraded the streetscape?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is probably occurring at this point.
All right. So if we're providing a windrow clearing service by hand to assist the shoppers in one area, and if the shopkeepers can't clear it for their customers, I guess to be fair, we need to do it for everybody. If we're going to give a service standard, if we're going to have a service standard for all shopping districts, which seems to me is what we might want, rather than to say, well, you get it, but the rest of you don't. We would need to do this entire thing then. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's what we try to sort of show on this proposal. It is to make sure that we are providing that sort of equitable across the board BIA, same treatment, hand clearing. But it really, at this point in time, it really depends on your support of this.
Okay. Well, I have observed that as much as I might wish the shopkeepers would clean all the snow in front of their shops all the way to the curb to assist their customers, in all the time I've been here, I've never seen a shopkeeper do that. So on the assumption that the shoppers are Oakville residents and would appreciate this, to support it to continue for one, I think I have to support it for all. And that's not for you, Mr. Nchazi, that's for the committee members. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the mayor's comments with respect to for all the BIAs to have the equal equity with respect to snow clearing. My question is through staff, through the chair to the staff. The windrows, when they are cleared, do we remove the snow or is it left there or you just push it to the side? Is it reduced and we have trucks come in to take that snow away?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we do try to remove the snow as best as possible. It is through the hand clearing operations. We do allow, if there's storage within the area, we allow it to stay as long as it's not impeding pedestrians or people who are parked vehicles and crossing. Otherwise, it does get moved, to central operations. As we look at the thresholds and how much snow is being located within the sites.
My next question, Sam, with respect to snow removal, with the added cost or the extra cost of $110,000 for the BI's native work, is that including transportation and labor and trucks and gas and so forth to ship this off? Is that part of the budget?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is the cost that we've put together at this point.
Okay, so you're telling me that includes all-inclusive snow removal. When I say snow removal, it's taken right off site and taken to the depots. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that would be the estimate that we've put together. I would say that it's indicative of what it would cost based on cost escalations and what we've been monitoring. But again, just to rephrase, not every snow event would result in snow being removed if it is being able to be kept on site safely, or at least not impacting any traffic.
Good. Third question with respect to once we start, if this is approved and it is being a manual process on the 3 BIAs, when the snow removal is done, I would assume, is there salting occurring in those windrow openings?
Through you, Madam Chair, so salting is one of the items we do for BIA sidewalks, so that would extend to the entire sort of area.
So once we start doing this, This might be a legal question, but the duty of care now, do we assume the liability with respect to once we start opening up these windows that we're doing it? Do we take on the liability side of it?
Through you, Madam Chair, liability in this case would be dependent. Again, I may have to defer to our legal team, but my thought is if we're doing this, we would have to make sure that it's being done to our service levels and make sure that it's being done so it does not cause any slip and falls. So there could be a potential for liability, but we will make sure it meets our service level standards.
Okay. The other question too, in clearing of this snow with respect to vehicles and so forth, how do you access to clean up, to open up these windows if there's cars parked in those areas? How, are you doing it from the sidewalk side or from the road side?
Through you, Madam Chair, because it is a hand clearing operation, they would find the best approach to access. So they would be able, it would be people shoveling. So they, as long as they're able to park in an area that's safe, they're basically mobilized to be able to do that hand clearing operation and push things away towards an area that's not impeding sort of the parking and access to the boulevard or the enhanced boulevard and then access to the stores.
Thank you, Sam. No more questions, but my comment is echoes what the mayor is saying is that equity for all BIAs. I think this you've done your homework on this, and thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, my only comment would be thank you for the report. When the council invested in the downtown streetscape, the design of the road and the sidewalk has been immensely successful. But it did add complexity to removing snow for the shopkeepers as a result of all the great street furnishings that are there. And I am hopeful that that we've demonstrated that the work that's been done for the last 2 years has made downtown the mobility of getting in and out of a car, not having to clamber over a window to go shop or go to an appointment, has been beneficial to all because the economic success of downtown has been tremendous. And the latest report is that we have over 7 million visitors to downtown last year, and it continues to grow. H. Sorry, I'm flipping through papers that aren't tabbed. We're on H, which is the staff report on the forecast of quality roads, including pavement index. Are there any questions? Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to take this moment to congratulate staff on the incredible success of this program. When we started, as I recall, the network average pavement quality index was 60 or lower. And council set a standard to get to 70, and staff have actually exceeded it. We're reporting in this report 73. I'm also very pleased to see that the percentage of roads with deficient pavement quality in 2022 is only 10.8%. I do note that the projection over the next 10 or so years will continue their success of getting to 70, which is to say we're going to gradually fall to 70 from the overachievement of 73. And one of the biggest sources of compliments that I, as your mayor, get from residents is how much better our roads are than our neighbors. And so I would rather see it climb than go down. I'm not gonna do anything to this year, but in a future year, I do think I'm tempted to bring a proposal to council to raise the standard to say 75. You know, one theory of management is you set an achievable target, and when you reach it, you raise the target. So I'll do some public consultation to see if people would appreciate even better roads, or if we can declare a total victory and leave it at 70. But at this time, I wanted to just thank and congratulate the staff for the outstanding job that's been done here.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Seeing no other questions, we'll move to Appendix I, which is a report on the detail for the Upper Middle Road Pathways Project. Are there any questions from the councillors or the committee? Seeing none, I'm moving to Appendix J, the staff report back on continued scaled subsidy options for patio program and on the comparison of insurance requirements with other municipalities. Are there any questions? Okay, Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The patio program has been a gigantic success. I still marvel that it took a pandemic to awaken us to the value of active streets with more street life than we were used to. And I especially note the incredibly enthusiastic response from the population of our town to participate and enjoy in this. And I think it also has driven those visitor figures that you mentioned a minute ago, Madam Chair. And not just in downtown, but all over town, because the patio program, we found inventive innovations to create patios in places where you might not have thought that they could be done. I'm very pleased to see staff have resisted the temptation to raise the insurance requirement from $2 million to $5 million. And I do understand that it is going to be necessary to phase back in permit fees. But I think the patio program is such a success that the success of the patios will more than cover those costs. So congratulations to all of our restaurateurs who participated and made this such a success. And I salute their ingenuity. And I believe everybody on council joins me in appreciating the value of the more active street life that we received as a dividend to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton, and I concur. Councillor O'Meara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to staff. I noticed that 50% of the participants already have $5 million in liability insurance. What's the cost difference between $2 million and $5 million for a business? I'm just curious how substantial that is.
Through you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. The difficulty in answering that question from the councillor is it depends on the individual business and the size of their operations and those sorts of things. We did reach out to our own insurance provider, and that is the answer that they provided us. Obviously, they may be doing this for those businesses, but we even asked them specifically. But it would depend, but it'll vary on the size of the business and what they're engaged in.
Okay, thanks.
The non-answer, sorry.
No problem. Just going forward, I mean, I don't know whether that would cripple a business or not. That's why I'm asking, and I'm not sure. You know, I would hate to see a small business, you know, that really can't get there next year. Maybe we can figure out a program where we can work with them on that if that's what they're facing. I don't know what those things are. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think I can assist my colleague. Many restaurateurs have given me feedback that they regard the increase, if we were to require an increase from $2 million of insurance to $5 million, that it might make or break their decision to have a patio. And so I think that evidence supports Mr. Vanderheiden's answer. It depends on I think it depends on the economics of the individual restaurant. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to Sorry, Councillor Knoll. Your little hand is hidden in the top left corner and I missed it. You have the floor.
Oh, sure. I thought I would, can you hear me?
Try a little closer.
You're very faint.
Can you hear me now?
And see you.
I'll put my headphone on for the next one. Anyway, I just wanted to try to be helpful for Councillor Amira's question. As you all know, I run a business, and actually part of my business is food service. It cost us, when we had to move from $2 to $5 million, cost us about $1,200 extra year in insurance premiums for that bump up. So for what that's worth, I know every insured is different, but we did shop around when that happened to us, and it wasn't the town that required us to make the move, although that happened subsequently. But it was about a $1,200 bump, and that was the best deal we could get at the time. Just thought that would be maybe helpful in your deliberations.
Councillor Knoll, thanks very much. All right, now we are moving on to Appendix K, which is the staff report on the request to update the study map and include Bronte Village. You have a report in front of you. Do you have any questions? Mayor Burton.
I'm a big fan of what the planners call comprehensive planning, as people will know from following my comments and questions and votes over the last 16 or so years. But there is an equity question that I can't get past on this suggestion that we expand the study area for the Bronte Village streetscape work to include the entire area, which is, we didn't do that for the downtown. And I've already spoken in favor of equity on snow clearing. And so I'm finding this one a little tricky, because it falls between two principles: one, equity, and the other, I like a comprehensive approach. So I'm not going to do anything about this. I'm not going to myself try to do anything about this at this time. But when the work comes back, I think that will remain a live issue, treating everybody the same. Thanks.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to speak to that issue, the Lakeshore Road EA process is going to be doing the substantial heavy lifting through the Bronte Village on that one. So the only part on this that was brought forward when we asked for this a couple of years ago was a tiny strip along Bronte Road south of Lakeshore. It's, couldn't even be more than 200 meters long. When this report came back through the budget saying that this was going to be the plan for 10 years, that would preclude us outside of this process from addressing the rest of Bronte Village as it transforms as development comes. So not including the other streets for the next 10 years in this, I think would be a derelict of my and Councillor McNeese's responsibility to not include these other streets here. So if it was just a one-off and, hey, we're going to do Kerr Street, because that section is not a part of the Lakeshore Road EA going north up Kerr Street, and we're going to do this little section of Bronte Road, and we'll have this done in a couple of years, and we're going to make it safe so that people in strollers and people who have mobility devices can actually walk safely, I would have been happy that. But when this report came and said this is going to be for a decade of planning, to not include that is something that is very difficult to contemplate when we're looking at this. So hence the reason why we asked to have that included, to make this a comprehensive 10-year plan as staff have proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. I wonder if staff could tell me what it would cost to do a proper streetscape study for some of the commercial areas in North Oakville, including, for example, the Upper Middle Road area around 8th Line, where the Upper Oakville Mall space is, where we've got a fair bit of pedestrian activity going on, and along the Dundas area around Prince Michael, another very active area, and the Postridge area around the Uptown Core area.
At this point in time, unless someone has, Gabe Charles will provide an answer.
Through you, Madam Chair. Very difficult question to answer, just because each of those areas are so different. What we could do is take a look at them in a little bit more depth and come back to council. What we were looking at with Bronte Kerr in the downtown was also what are the undergrounds with those? So what would because when you would resurface, you only want to do it once. You don't want to go back afterwards and replace services. So that was one of the things that we were looking at through that exercise, what those complications were. So it took us a little bit of time to come to the number that we did with this particular report. So to look at some of those other ones, if you want to give us some time, we can come back to council.
So for example, when Upper Middle Road is going through its assessment process, it would be an appropriate time to consider what the appropriate streetscape would be around that area.
Through Madam Chair, that would be fine.
Thank you.
Mayor Burton, do I see your hand?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope to clarify for my colleagues that, I supported the Bronte Road piece of the Kerr Street, of the Bronte work at the time, and I'm not taking that back. It's the extended area that we didn't do anywhere else that, as I explained to my colleague a second ago, if we're doing the extended areas, I think we acquire an obligation to do them for all three, not just one. And that was the only point of my remark. Thanks.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, I need some clarification from staff regarding Bronte Road, the Bronte downtown, the expanded area versus the downtown Oakville right now. And I heard the 10-year plan. We have completed the downtown. Is that correct right now? It is done with what's been done in the downtown area? And we would be looking at that, I guess, going forward. But I guess what Councillor O'Meara is saying, like, he wants a little bit more now, knowing that since it's going to be a 10-year plan to put it properly in perspective. And are we talking $100,000 to get this done for Bronte?
Director Stevens, it looks like you have an answer.
Yeah. Hi, through you, Chair Hazathiel. Yes, Councillor Elgar, we did complete the streetscape study for downtown in 2015. It was the downtown transportation streetscape study, but proceeded first with the implementation of Lakeshore Road, as you're aware. So we have not done detailed design or anything for the other streets within the downtown, but we did do that study that identified what the streetscape elements would be for the other streets within the downtown area. We have not done that for the other areas, as it was outlined in the staff report and the appendix. But the additional $100,000 was to add that additional work to the Bronte streetscape.
So going forward, that like we're sitting in 2023 now, this downtown was done 2015. It will cycle again. Like I'm just trying to figure out good use of money. Does it make sense to staff to actually spend the $100,000 now to do it in Bronte, since we're in there doing it anyhow on the lakeshore portion?
Through you, Chair Hazathiel, if we add the additional money to the streetscape study now, we would be able to build off of some of the work that we were already doing with the lakeshore section. So as staff has provided that as an option, we can accommodate that within the study, within the work plan if we did receive the additional funds and went ahead this year.
So it would make, in your opinion, then it does make sense to piggyback the extra $100,000 to try to do a full report of that area?
Through you, Chair Hazathiel, our initial recommendation was to include that Bronte section. But if it's the will of the committee to add the additional scope and budget to the study, we can accommodate that this year.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Joe.
Councillor O'Meara.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. And just one thing, I'm where we tend to end up in downtown Oakville is going to go through this, and so is Kerr Street. When the development comes, when the buildings come, the developer is left to do something with the streetscape. And unless we have a plan then it's this ad hoc discussion about what the streetscape is gonna look like. It happened with the Brawny Village Mall when it came down and it was rebuilt. We kind of just decided on the fly what's gonna happen on the sidewalk and what benches are gonna go where. It's going to happen on the south side right now because ground's gonna break long before we're able to do this streetscape study. And then on the other side of Brawny, at East Street and Lakeshore, it's gonna happen down East Street as well. And we have no plan about what our streetscape should look like so that we can get the developers to pay for what our plan is. So we're gonna be left having to take it out of the tax levy or take it out of our capital plan when we decide what we wanna do with it, because we missed our window to get the developers to pay to do that. And we're behind the 8 ball on this, and we need to figure out what our plan is so we can go to the developers and say, hey, here it is, build it to the way that we planned it. And that's the impetus. And I think we're already going to be a little bit behind on this one, but we have an opportunity to get a cohesive plan together, to figure out what our streets are going to look like, and then hand that over to the developers as they transform our BIAs. And again, it will come to downtown and to Kerr Street the same way it's coming to Brawny right now. And we have to have a plan going forward so that we're all aligned and the community knows what to expect when those buildings and the sidewalks are rebuilt. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mira. Well said. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo Councillor Mary's comments too, is that the whole logic of this, having a comprehensive plan for, and I'm going to zero in on Kerr Street, of course, that's in my ward, is understanding there's going to be major development on Kerr Street, and Kerr Street is really connected to downtown, and also it's going to be connected to Midtown. So the whole intent of this having this design work is to be ahead of the game and, pass it on to developers and so they know what's being built and so forth. And hopefully there'll be some financial positivity on Kerr Street with respect to this type of development. The question I do have, it's on page 51, and maybe staff can help me out here. I think I'm understanding that we have condensed the time period down to 3 years for a shovel in the ground. Is that correct?
Is Director Stevens still here, or CAO Closey?
Through you, Chair Hazlethiel. So for the Kerr area, we would be undertaking the study in 2023. As the study progresses, we will have more information on the amount of work that's involved, and that will help us inform our schedule going forward in terms of when we can start to get shovels in the ground. We do identify in the appendix that we expect that we could start on the design work in 2024, and that includes our work with the utility companies in terms of coordination. That is a big component of implementing any of these streetscape projects. So we also identify here that we expect to be able to begin with our detailed design in 2024. That is all dependent on the course of the study and the findings that we have. And so we will be reporting back at the conclusion of the study and through the 2024 budget process and capital forecast to identify with more certainty when we expect those projects to move ahead.
So on the last line, Jill, is with respect to projected construction. So that is just a number, 2026, but with it, again, there's so many variables that would impact the timing on this. So is it safe to say that the starting of 2026 is just a kind of a point of reference, and we probably possibly being later on putting shovels in the ground?
Through you, Chair Hazlethiel, at this point, yes, that's our best informed estimate on when we would be able to put shovels in the ground for the first section on Kerr.
Okay, so and just clarity on, you've got P1 mid Kerr and P2 lower Kerr for the utility. So you're saying Kerr, but the Kerr Village also includes from the bridge along Lakeshore to Maurice Drive. Is that also included in that package?
Through you, Chair Hazlethiel, in the report that we brought to the earlier budget committee meeting, we had broken the Kerr and Lakeshore within Kerr BIA areas into 3 or 4 segments. And as was mentioned earlier about resurfacing, we did just resurface the section in Lakeshore, along Lakeshore through Kerr Village. So that was identified as one of the later sections to move ahead to construction. So we would be starting our utility coordination and preliminary design on Kerr Street in the area where we have not yet resurfaced.
Okay, I guess that didn't really answer my question. Is the Lakeshore, maybe I missed it, is the Lakeshore from the bridge, Forsyth to Maurice Drive, is that included in the utility and all the work that has to be done as part of the Kerr Street Village?
So
So no, that's phase 2. You're only offering phase 1.
yeah. Through you, Chair Heslethiel. The streetscape study is for the entire area, but the work that would begin in terms of preliminary functional designs and preliminary work with the utilities would be focused on phase 1, which is what we identified as the Kerr Village Main Street area, Kerr from Spears to Rebecca as our first step. So we would do the utility coordination on Lakeshore closer to the time where we were proceeding with the functional design.
Okay, just for clarity's sake, so when would the next phase with respect to the Lakeshore one be undertaken?
Through you, Chair Heslethiel, we had identified that section as a 2031 project at this point.
Okay, could we have some consideration to, if we could look at compressing that for a better timing with respect to, because I think that seems to be a way out there. And I expressed that concern at the last time we had this discussion topic, if we can close in the time frame on that. I would ask staff to consider that. Just looking at, so it's mostly on Kerr Street. I understand that. Okay. I think that's all my questions for now with respect to it. Thank you.
CAO Closey.
So Madam Chair, I just wanted to add that the time frames that you see on that appendix are related more to the ability to get it done. It is all subject to budget considerations, and certainly we can look at the timing of the Lakeshore piece as we move through each year of the budget to see whether there's any possibilities of moving it up.
Thank you very much. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff first and then a comment on this. Did I understand correctly that some portion of delaying the Lakeshore leg was out of regard for the, I guess I'll call it the economic efficiency of having recently repaved that area, and so you wanted to wait? Were you wanting to wait in order to get full value out of that pavement? Is that what was delaying the work there?
Through you, Chair Heslethiel. The scheduling of the different segments does take into consideration what work needs to be done in addition to any streetscaping, as well as what work has recently been done. So on Kerr, we have not done any resurfacing recently. It is on our radar to do soon, depending on whether or not we move forward with a comprehensive streetscape project. But on Lakeshore Road, we did just resurface that in 2022. So the road does have considerable lifespan left, and we do want to take advantage of the investment we've made in the pavement condition there. We will be looking at that segment through the streetscape study, and so depending on the scope of work that's required to do, that would also play into the scheduling of when we would move forward with Lakeshore segment. When we did the work downtown, we rehabbed and replaced and repaired and upgraded everything. So there was a considerable amount of work that was done there. And that, so we were excavating the road, we excavated the sidewalk, and we put everything back in its new and improved condition. While we do the study for this segment of Lakeshore, we need to understand exactly what that scope of work will be. If there's not going to be considerable impact to the road itself, then that may be a consideration in terms of the timing and moving things forward. If we do need to do significant work to the road, then we may want to delay that and extend the value that we've gotten out of resurfacing it. And so that all of this will be done in coordination with our asset management planning, as well as understanding the development, as well as understanding the streetscape elements and things like that. So that's why we'll be reporting back through the next budget process on when we see these segments moving forward.
All right, thank you, Director. I appreciate that information. Madam Chair, I'll just say that I share the concern of my colleague from Ward 2, and I know that the other councillor from Ward 2 shares our feeling that we wanted a comprehensive job in the Kerr BIA area, and Lakeshore is part of it. So I support doing it, while we're all still alive, as opposed to putting it off into, the far, far reaches of the future. And maybe we can look, as the work progresses this year, maybe we can keep an eye on just how impactful it is, as the director gave us a ray of hope that we could move things up a little faster on the Lakeshore piece if the impacts are not too great. So thank you for that.
Councillor Liszczyna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm a little bit confused with the discussion regarding the streetscape work that could be covered by development charges or developers as they're developing the area. Would it be considered growth related, or like, would it be actually allowed to be covered?
Through you, Madam Chair. There is an opportunity for us to look at the streetscape when a developer is developing an area and have that work undertaken by them. So it may not actually be a development charge component to it. So there's that opportunity that we want to be able to always take advantage of. And then there are some opportunities when you're looking a small portion, potentially in some of the areas, which could be a DC element. But when you think of the downtown example, there was no opportunities for DCs in that example. But perhaps in some of the other growth areas, perhaps Palermo and some of those areas, there may be those options. But the cost by the developers is really their cost of redeveloping the front of their street that they pay for.
Mayor Burton again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the CAO, I just wanted to say that it's the CAO has corroborated what my colleague, Councillor Ramirez, said, and of course what he said is what put me firmly in his camp for the expanded streetscape study. So I think we've tagged all the bases now. Thank you, everybody.
You're going to have to buy lunch. I'm moving to appendix L, unless I'm missing a hand. I'm not missing a hand. Okay. The staff report on the impact of additional waste receptacles in 2023. Are there any questions on this report? Seeing none, moving on.
I do.
Oh,
I do. So,
Councillor Elgar.
The waste report is kind of, there are receptacles, they do overflow. If you check them, you find bags of household garbage in them. What can we do about that going forward?
Director Mark.
Good morning. Through you, Chair Haslett-Thiel. Councillor Elgar, your question was, when we find overflowing garbage cans with household waste, what do we do about that?
What can we do going forward to stop the people putting their household garbage in those receptacles?
It's a problem, and it's a big problem. We send letters out constantly. All council members around the table receive copies of letters that we send to residents. So we're on top of it all the time. What I've said in the appendix is I think it's really a behavioral change. We need to try and just putting more cans out is just, feeding the problem. More cans are going to get dumped and more we have to go and empty. I think an education communication program is certainly necessary. I've had a good conversation with the Rob Rivers at the region of Halton. He is keenly interested in partnering with us. on an education program that we could use resources requested through the appendix as well as leverage on the resources the region has and work together on it. When we do find bags of household garbage, we do often rip them open. We do look for letters. We do look for an address. If we find one, we do report that to our municipal enforcement officers for follow-up. It's very difficult to lay a charge because nobody's actually seen the person do it. We encourage any neighbors, if they have video, household video of seeing dumping, turn that over. But the best case scenario is normally people get a warning and hopefully that stops them, but it's really difficult to enforce what we have. But I think through education, hopefully we can make a difference. One of the issues is possibly putting the information we're putting out in different languages to try and achieve more cultural sensitivity to folks who are new to Oakville. Maybe that'll help as well, because we haven't tried that tactic yet.
Have we ever thought about putting stickers on the barrels and saying $10,000 fine if caught putting garbage in here?
It's actually 5,000, and I think it says it on the sticker.
Okay.
We have a sticker on the cans that does say up to $5,000 if you are convicted.
Maybe bigger print. Okay, thank you. I know it's an ongoing problem.
Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mark. I'm not going to trouble you with a question. Committee and council and public, at the region where we run waste collection, for years now, we've been trying to get people to reduce, reuse, and recycle. And one of the ways we've been doing it is by restricting how much we will collect from them. And this is like a balloon. If you squeeze one in, it bulges out somewhere else. So the logical and inevitable result of the limits on collection that we've adopted in a good-hearted and well-meaning intention to make the landfill last longer has this backfire, unintended consequence that some members of the public are trying to turn our parks into landfills. And eventually it winds up in the landfill when we go and collect it and send it there. And so we really need to address our policies at the region with regard to waste collection. And the region really needs to do a better job of persuading our residents to understand that the benefit of reduce, reuse, and recycle is to prolong the life of our landfill, which the last I heard is going to run out at present use rates sometime in the early 2040s. And when it does, we will not have a landfill. It's almost impossible to create one, as the City of Toronto recently discovered. And we will face increased costs and higher taxes to cart it to some place that will be willing to take it. And the number of those places has been falling. So the expense that we can see coming at us like a freight train, if we don't adopt the 3 Rs and if we don't stop stressing our landfill, it's clear. So I'm responding to the clear question: what can we do to reduce this abuse of our parks as many landfills? And I think it's a mission for the 8 of us who sit at the regional council table to escalate the region's efforts to make clear to every single person that when you don't reduce, reuse, and recycle, when you don't cut down the waste you create, you're creating a bad tomorrow that's going to be very costly.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor Nanda.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. I actually did have a question for staff, and Director Mark actually has been wonderful, him and his team. And one of my questions was in regards to the program with the 18,000. I know in the last few weeks, we had some great communication through your team and your department, where Councillor Chi and myself were actually able to, communicate to the community through some of our social media and social networking, education pieces on garbage and not putting household waste. I just wanted to get maybe if you have a little bit of a breakdown. I see we're saying social media, e-newsletters. but that 18,000, for example, we were able to do the social media piece for free. How would we better be able to utilize this 18,000 to know that we are able to get it out to everywhere? You know, do we do a town-wide mailing, you know, or signage, or what opportunities do we have if we're gonna put money in to utilize it besides the things that we can do for free?
Through your Councillor Haslett-Thiel, to be honest, we need to look at this program a little more in depth. Hopefully, we might not need all the 18,000 because we can use the resources the region has available. So I would say today an answer to you, and I can certainly follow up with council again through a memo once we do have the program more fully laid out, come back to you with more of a comprehensive program about how we plan to achieve a town-wide initiative as opposed to just ward by ward. And now we've been trying to tackle it, honestly, ward by ward. We need to look at it as it's a town-wide program, and it's a regional problem as well. Regional is responsible for waste. So they have committed to being a player with us on this. So I would suggest to you and through Councillor Haslett-Thiel that if approved by Budget Committee, we will come back with a memo to Council outlining how the 18,000 is going to be used and how we're going to leverage that money with what the region may have available to contribute or in kind through using their messaging as well.
Perfect, thank you. And I think some of us councillors on the regional side will try to assist with that as well. Thank you.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands and questions on this, we move to Appendix M, which is the locations for cul-de-sac rehabilitation, pathway rehabilitation, and recreational trail accessibility projects in 2023. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we move on to Appendix N, which is the staff report on deferring the feasibility study for Town Hall to a future year and what the tax reduction will be. Are there any questions from the committee or council? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to Appendix O, the Special Event Permit Fee Assistance and Recreation Fee Assistance Program update. You have a report from Commissioner Bell. Do you have any questions on it? Councillor O'Meara?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just with regards to this, will staff be coming back with the details of the event to us? So we approve the money, but then will we, am I reading the right one? Is this the community grant one, or is this, no, I apologize, different one. I'm okay with this. Sorry about that.
However, it actually does dovetail. Will the community activation grant that we will get to, that was a request from staff, dovetail into the special event assistance program or report that you give us later this year, or will you treat them separately?
Through you, Madam Chair, the way that we would look at it is two companion pieces. So there would be the review of the special events strategy along with the fee waiver piece, and then we would also look at how we would complement all of that work with the community grant program, and our intention is to report back to council on both.
Thank you very much for that clarification. All right, seeing no additional questions on that, we're in Appendix P. Any questions on it? It's related to accelerating the repairs to the concrete plaza at the Bronte Heritage Waterfront Park in 2023. So no additional questions on it. Okay, moving to Appendix Q, that staff report on the number of taskings to wharf completed in 2022. Are there, Councillor Adams?
Could staff tell us where exactly we're at in the replacement process and the procurement process for the new vessel?
So we've just actually received a bid on that repurchase of the vessel, and we will be reporting to council shortly on that. I think there's a report actually that'll be coming out on the addendum for the February 27th meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Seeing no additional questions, we move on to Appendix R. The staff report costs associated with additional winter washrooms in 2023. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Adams.
Can't remember who raised this, but I wondered if there was a motion to add additional funding for this without a specific location, what would staff recommend in terms of a location if there was a winterization of an existing building?
Director Mark.
Through you, Chair Hasselthiel, my suggestion would be to put a rental trailer in Garlock Gardens. Garlock right now has a portalet. It is one of our busiest parks year-round, especially in the winter. So if there was going to be money allocated for a winter washroom site, I would suggest Garlock would be the location that I would recommend. Following that, I would suggest Memorial Park would likely be a good candidate as well to go in if you're actually going to retrofit a washroom for year-round usage. Memorial Park is becoming a very busy park year-round as well, so I would suggest that would be the next location. This may also likely get deferred, or I'm going to suggest also get deferred to our master plan to have a look at through our master plan lens as well, because it is becoming a common request.
Through the Parks and Rec master plan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I'm wondering if you might be able to give us an update on the security cameras at the Bronte Heritage Waterfront Park and on those washrooms. Are they up? Are they going up? Or
they're up and working?
Okay. And have we had any issues that have been reported over the past time since they've been up? We have not. So I might suggest then, just moving forward, that if we are going to do these washrooms, that instead of if we want security cameras, that we ensure that we just add that in, because we have just been tormented down there at Bronte with fires and damage and these sorts of things. So I think it would protect us all a little bit to move forward. But I thank you for that, and yeah, hopefully we can see some normalcy now in our winter outdoor washrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will support and/or move, depending on the timing and who wins these foot races, adding winterizing a public washroom at least one a year. And if, as and when the master plan takes that over, the funds will be there to continue that. But the terrific increase in outdoor activity by our residents as a result of the pandemic seems to be persisting, and that's a good thing for the health of everybody. And so for the comfort of those walking, I think we need to continue on this path, and that's why I'll be supporting that. And as Mr. Mark as Director Mark has just made clear, he's got his finger on where they're needed most, and I'm happy to trust staff to pick the locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Any other questions on washrooms? Sorry, Councillor Knoll. You must have been excited when they said Memorial Park.
Exactly, you read my mind. I'm curious about Memorial Park, though. I mean, I think it's probably our newest washroom facility in Oakville at this point. I believe I'm accurate there. Was there infrastructure laid in when it was built with this consideration in mind for the future to staff? That wasn't to you, Madam Chair.
No, but Director Mark's getting his steps in today.
Unless of course, you know.
I always defer to a director's expertise. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Hasselthiel. To Councillor Knoll, no, the infrastructure was not put in place when the washroom was built. However, we can modify the washroom to allow for winter heat and year-round usage.
Thank you. I just as an interesting point, it's assuming this goes forward in some fashion, it would be, and assuming that it's picked up in the master plan, it would be a good idea to, I think, to even if you're not to implement it in the first couple of years, to build in whatever infrastructure is necessary to reduce the cost going forward. I just want to thank the mayor for agreeing to push this forward. I think in particular in Memorial Park, we're seeing Memorial Park and probably many other parks across town. I just happen to know that one intimately. We're seeing so much more, not just activity in the park, but winter activity. Memorial Park's a very popular tobogganing location. People cross-country ski through there. It's active use during the winter is quite exciting to see that people are taking advantage of those activities. And I think that it would be a great first candidate, actually, as I lobby for Ward 5's Memorial Park. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. All right, we are headed to Appendix S. I did want to give the Mayor Burton. As a matter of fact, it's an appropriate time for me to say that we are aiming to take a break at 12 because lunch has been ordered by request of a few people who are saying we could be here all day. So yes, you can tarry on that item.
Okay, thank you. I need to ask Director Mark back to the podium because it turns out I do have a question for him. I'm looking at the list in the report, Appendix R, and it says, at present, the following park locations have washrooms that are available for winter use: Garlock, Town Square, Tannery Park, Coronation Park, and Fisherman's Park. Well, by Fisherman's Park, I assume we mean the Bronte Heritage Park that we were just talking about, the problems with the fires and the vandalism. Have we had such vandalism at Coronation, Tannery Town, or Garlock?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, not to the degree we've experienced it at Fisherman's Park, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right, so we're moving on to Appendix S, which is the staff report on the window program for residents. And I'm just looking, no committee member hands, so, oh, Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have long wanted to bring in a window program, and I've been talking to the mayors of the cities that do it. And while I'm not going to move doing it this year, nor do I think we can support it this year. I do intend to bring a proposal to council next year, and it'll be the latest and greatest of technology that's out there. I want to use a system that's equipment heavy rather than labor heavy, and I appreciate that there are risks that if you endeavor to clear windrows for people, they'll complain if it isn't clear enough to eat off of. But I do believe that the vast majority of Oakville residents would A, appreciate it, and B, be reasonable about it. That's all I wanted to say about this. And I'm afraid I didn't get us all the way to lunch with that, but I didn't mean to.
It ain't over yet. Okay, any other? Councillor Nanda.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions for staff. I see Commissioner Fu is standing here already. Just a little bit of clarification and just on the programs that the other cities have done in comparison. I know there's two ways that this program can be implemented. One is how you said additional specialty vehicles, and then I guess the other option is to have an additional piece of equipment attached to our current ones. I have a couple of questions. I'll just ask them, and then I think maybe you'll be able to answer them together. And I did see that in Richmond Hill, they said that there are 4 alternatives that were given. Is that something that council, that staff could report back to us in terms of what other alternatives, if this is not something that we deem feasible for our town, some other alternatives that we could look at?
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for that question. So maybe I'll address the second question first. Town of Richmond Hill has a lot of information since the inception of their program in 2019. The program itself did look at a very fast-paced rollout. It was actually proposed in 2018, 2019, they moved forward with it. Basically, they managed to get it up and running by that November timeframe of that same year. They did look at 4 options. With the 4 options, they look at potentially contracting out, which is what we've proposed. They've looked at taking it in-house to realize more efficiencies, and they've looked at other potential rolling out of the program. So I can report, as staff, we can report back on their options, and we can compare and contrast with other municipalities that have the program, such as City of Vaughan. They were the first that started this program. May you repeat just this first question one more time? The equipment is what you were asking for? Okay. So with respect to the equipment, we would have to look at what are the options for us to be able to do the service or perform the service after our residential program is complete. That's why we put a window of 12 hours after the completion of the residential plowing. We would look at having the existing equipment to be retrofitted, or at least through our contracted services, have another, almost like a guard being added to it. So this would be a post-award situation. We would have to negotiate with our existing contractors. So that'll be number one. Then we would look at the right method or the right type of equipment that can come in right behind the main plow so that we can clear each driveway. Each driveway then would require, we can look at different options, as I mentioned. Those would have to be additional pieces of equipment. As we mentioned in the report, there's a lot of potential issues, and thank you, Mayor, for raising that. There could be a lot of complaints, how quick and it can be completed, and potentially the expectation of the residents that it has to be as clean as what they expect from their driveway. We would have to manage those expectations, work with Service Oakville, and make sure that we properly inform our residents and, of course, Council and Budget Committee before this moves forward. Thank you.
So have we seen what the success level has been in Richmond Hill and Vaughan for this program?
Again, through you, Madam Chair, we have reached out to staff. I've reached out to staff in the past and spoke to Richmond Hill. They did mention that the program, when it started, because they did it completely in-house, they had to hire about 80 staff and a lot of pieces of equipment. So that was a different type of program. They ended up converting a lot of part-time staff. And because over in Richmond Hill, parks as well as roads are one sort of commission, they were able to look at leveraging and expanding on their program and hiring staff for full-time complement. The success of the program, I would say it's probably year 1 had a lot of difficulties. Year 2 was getting better. At this point in time, I have not reached out to staff to get their outcome, I guess, for the past year. But just reading what I found online, you find that they have reduced at least some, maybe some people have opted out of the program because they have 55,000 driveways. Currently, they service 44,000. That was the difference from their corporate report that was shown back in 2019. If directed, I can definitely reach out, benchmark against other municipalities, and look at what the success rate of that program. Their program is 13 hours delivery of the service after the end of the residential plowing. We were proposing 12 hours so that it's in line with our service level expectations. Just to add, and just to make sure that Council, you're aware, we do have a current a seniors window program. So that's important to note that we currently have that. It does cost the town approximately $82,000 and about 455 to 500 applicants per year at a cost of $110 that is actually charged back, including tax, to the resident.
Thank you. So I think we had this conversation as well, so maybe I'll just bring it up a little, about maybe being able to also subsidize the senior and the vulnerable people who cannot clean their windrow. I have had conversations with some of my council colleagues that this is something that we may be able to bring to the region as well, to see if we can help those that are vulnerable, that do need the actual program. And I know we had spoken to yourself and Commissioner Fu to see if there was a way to maybe subsidize that program if this program was not implemented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nanda. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor G for raising this issue at budget. Councillor Elgar will probably recall this was likely one of the first things that he and I dealt with back when we were first elected in 2000. And I remember the motion from Ralph Robinson specifically and the conversations that was had. So we've been talking about this for 22 years. I think time has come to seriously look at this as an alternative. I'm very happy to hear that the mayor has suggested that he would be supportive of bringing a proposal forward to look at this in more depth. I'm wondering if, in light of the fact that this is a sizable budget commitment, I'm wondering if it may be appropriate to add the question about this on our next citizen satisfaction survey to get buy-in from the community as to this, rather substantial, what is it, 0.84 on the overall burden and 2.03 on the local. I wonder if it might be worthwhile to get that support, because I would dare say that the vast majority of the community would be in favor of this. For me, during the last election, it was probably the third or fourth most commented on question at the door was when are we going to do this? I mean, clearly we as a society and as a community, our population is aging, and that also means that there's a great deal of demand for this sort of service. So I would be supportive of it coming forward. Not this year. I do think there needs to be more work done on it, but I do look forward to seeing what Mayor Rob has up his sleeve, and I would be supportive of something going forward. But I'd like to hear what the public has to think, whether it's through the citizen satisfaction survey or maybe through some other form of public consultation to get buy-in, because it's one of those programs that's going to be facing you directly on your tax bill. You're going to see it. So it would be nice to have the public consent to it. But I look forward to seeing what that comes forward with. I look forward to seeing that come forward in the future, and maybe bring full closure to Councillor Robinson's wish, our beloved and former colleague.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Giddings.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I'd like to thank the mayor for bringing this forward and for Jeff's comments as we plow through this. And for the director to come back, could he include a few other items? I'm curious in terms of the staff that were hired in the other municipalities, in terms of, are they full-time, part-time, how many were able to be utilized from other areas? Some of us receive calls on a regular basis about sidewalk plowing damage. I'd be curious to get feedback on that. How cul-de-sacs would be handled, because they are to turn inward towards the island. Sprinkler heads. What happens on waste and recycle day when people have their receptacles beside the driveway, and knowing our luck, it'll happen, we'll have a snow event on that day. In older areas where there are no curbs, what happens where we have residents with items of a permanent or semi-permanent nature on the road allowance? What happens with all those rocks when they get hit by this equipment? Exciting stuff, just need some information on how the other municipalities, if they said to us, before you move ahead, you may want to consider this, because they're the ones that are living it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to assure my colleagues that the proposal, when we bring it forward, will cover all of these bases. And in the name of efficiency and avoiding duplication, I really don't think we need to task staff to bring back these details before we bring you the full proposal. And we'll give you one comprehensive package rather than a journey of many steps. So if everybody can just be patient, all your questions will be answered, and you'll be able to say yes or no. I do know that council as a whole, every time we've looked at this, has run away in fright from the tax increase. But I will point out that Richmond Hill's tax rate is approximately 8.5% lower than ours. So I'm not sure that it has to break the bank. Thanks.
Councillor Shi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I totally agree and support the Mayor Burton and Councillor Noor about this. We put this forward for next year. So this is really, we need some time to have our staff to look into more it, and also it's very important to have a public consultation and or online survey about how the residents really need this or not. We need to have all the information close to them. So yeah, thank you for the colleagues support this. We can think about this in next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shi. Councillor Nanda?
Just quickly, just the 0.84%, would we be able to just give the public an idea of what that dollar value would look like on the tax levy, on their tax bill?
Yes, we'll have all of that.
Okay.
So Mayor Burton is saying he would give
Just wanted to
that in the report.
mention it for there.
Are you asking for it for this budget?
Well, they can, if they can just bring back if they're going to, or in the future to see what a dollar value would look like for residents.
I'm looking over at the finance wizards. Mayor Burton?
Committee and through Madam Chair, I won't be proposing Richmond Hill's plan. However, I am of a belief that staff could tell us right now what Richmond Hill's plan would cost in terms of the increased tax on a $10,000 tax bill or a $5,000 tax bill. And I see no problem sharing that information. For one thing, I think that'll keep people from panicking over a really large amount, because I know it's not that great. Who wants to provide that information? Mr. Vanderheiden?
Through you, Chair, as the appeal, I'm going to look to Dalbar. Actually, he's got the spreadsheeting. He can throw that number in real quick for you.
Okay.
And he just messaged it to me. So $6.20 per $100,000 of assessment. Do I have it right, Noah? Yeah.
That's right. Thank you.
Delabar, you have really fast fingers. Thank you. And I'm looking and I'm seeing no additional comments on this, so thank you very much. We are headed to Appendix T, which was the staff report on the actual spending in 2022. Are there any questions from the committee on the report that was provided? Mr. Vanderheiden, my question is, can you just clarify that the dollars that were that came in less than budget would have been reallocated to tax stabilization? Is that correct?
To you, Chair Haslett-Thiel. So when we bring our final year-end report, we would outline in there any transfers to any reserves, most likely to tax stabilization, that we would recommend to council. We do have a few policy-related ones relating to some of our programs, and we would bring those forward at the same time.
Thank you for clarifying that. I am headed to Appendix U, which is the Santa Claus Parade budget and a request for some additional support. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, moving on to Appendix V, an update on the capital projects deferred in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boy, got there quick. Sorry, I was just going there. Just with regards to the Harbor's business plan, and that's been moved to 2025. I believe the Metro Marina building was designated a heritage building in 2014. And my first question is, are we waiting on the harbor's business plan before we do what we need to do with the Metro Marina building? And then my second question is, if the business plan is kicked to 2025, I mean, are we potentially looking at 11, 12, 13-year lag in what we're going to do with that building by the time we finish the plans? I mean, what's the, I guess, so the first question is are we waiting to decide what we're doing with that building on the business plan? And then the second question would be, how quickly, if we wait until 2025 on the harbor's business plan, can we move to figure out what we're going to do with that building once the business plan begins?
Through you, Chair Haslett-Thiel. There was funds that were previously earmarked for the former Metro Marine building to bring it into a state of good repair. Those did get deferred because of the high water and flooding we had in 2017 and 2019. I do believe that those funds, and it's possibly Mr. Vanderheiden can check, but I think that money has now been put in 24 and 25 for a state of good repair for the building. That's not determining any kind of use of the building. That's just putting the building in a state of good repair. One of the issues with the harbor's business plan, as we've discussed previously, Councillor, is the whole federal lands and disposition and deaccession of small craft harbors. The town is currently working on that. It's very difficult to bring forward a business plan when that is still very much up in the air and we don't really know the cost of acquiring those lands, if any, and whether or not the Bronte Outer Harbor is going to continue to be operated by the town, or whether that's possibly a third party venture that the town may want to consider. So I think, in answer to your question, I think the time to look at that whole Metro Marine building in terms of future usage would likely be best done in the context of an overall relook at the master plan once we do acquire the federal lands.
Okay, but there's nothing negating our moving forward with the harbor's business plans with the understanding that we will own those lands. I don't think we've had any intonation from the federal government that they're not going to transfer those lands to us at some point. So I guess my concern is just it's the waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting to figure out a plan that has multiple aspects to it, but in the interim we just continue to have that building sort of floating in a stasis that I'm wondering whether we start looking at that building separately from a harbor's business plan. Then if we're not sure how quickly we can move with the business plan, is that something we might consider then if we're unsure about the multiple things out there in the ether that involve the business plan? Would that be something that we would separate or not?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's something that we certainly can take back and discuss and get back to council on that matter. I think that's something that we should discuss and then provide a response.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's not a part of this budget then. It was flagged here for 2025, and there's still an option to maybe separate that then. I will take that off of line with you then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would just caution the separating the Metro Marine, looking at the Metro Marine building in terms of its rehab and keeping a good state of repair is certainly something we need to do. And if the funds are in the budget for 24 and 25, that needs to be done. But how we treat the Inner Harbor and the role of the Metro Marine building is very much tied to the business plan. So we will look at it, but I just caution it will be difficult to separate the future of the Metro Marine from the Inner Harbor and from the overall business plan that's underway. And really the key to the business plan is finalizing the federal lands. We know that the province has stepped out of it. They have no longer an interest in it. But the federal representatives that we've spoken to, and we've asked them to expedite it, have told us that it's 1 to 2 years away before they finalize. And their very first step is to go to other federal ministries to make sure that no one at the federal level is also interested in it. So if I understand correctly, and I know Chris Mark could correct me, we had gone out with a business plan earlier, and it was very difficult for anyone to commit to any kind of a business plan option because the future of the federal lands were still really at question. So we're getting closer, but we still need a 1 or 2 years in order to make sure that we can land a business plan that's workable.
Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleague. I don't see any reason to delay the state of good repair work, and it's already funded and has been for several years. I share his frustration that we haven't done it. And I don't think the business plan has anything to do with keeping our assets in a state of good repair. So I guess it's not really a budget committee matter because a previous budget committee and council have already funded it. So at the next, I'm going to announce that I'll work with the CAO to discover what kind of resolution that we need to put in front of council to ask staff to do it forthwith and get it done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Any additional questions or follow-ups? Good. Okay, we're moving to Appendix W. We're in the home stretch of all these appendices. It's the staff report on service review savings from other departments by commission. So this was speaking to efficiencies and the gains of efficiencies that you've been able to bring.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I could just go back to the last item for 1 second, just to share some information that it is in 2024 for the rehab and state of good repair. So it is something that if we wanted to do it sooner in 2023, it would have to be considered as part of this budget. So I just share that information and confirming when it is in the budget.
So just for, I'm looking over at Councillor Amira. Do you wish to comment?
We're okay with that. Ward 1 and the mayor, we've consulted. We're good with that.
Councillor McNeese, are you smiling? All right, that's good. We can move on. All right. So the next item is Appendix W, and it's on the efficiencies. Are there questions on the report that was provided that identified the different efficiencies by commission, as well as the total efficiencies, and then how some of those efficiencies were used? Councillor O'Meara.
Sorry, it might be a silly question, but I'm just wondering, we've got 2020 and 2021. Why do we not have 2022?
Through you, Madam Chair, in 2022, our focus is on the ongoing facility review and deficiencies we expect to come in the coming years.
Councillor O'Meara, any follow-up?
Yeah, sorry, I'm confused. I don't understand what that means, and I apologize.
No, don't apologize. That's what we're here for, to ask questions.
Yeah, we've got by community, by commissions here, but then I know you mentioned something about facilities review, and I'm not sure how those two things, maybe you can just clarify to me a little further on that. Thank you.
2022, there were limited savings. Actually, we didn't record any here. As I think Commissioner Sully had said, we are focused on the facility review that's currently ongoing. So we should realize some of those funds in 23 and 24, really 24. I would like to note that a lot of the work on the efficiencies piece and the review was delayed to some extent given COVID and the other experiences that we're having. So just to put 22 in a little bit of a context.
No, that's great, and I'm the first one. You can't get blood from a stone, and you can only keep finding efficiencies until you've got yourself in a lot of problems here, and you can't do your jobs anymore. So I completely understand that. Yeah, that's just great. I understand the 2022 numbers, so thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. We are moving on to Appendix X, and we are only 10 minutes away from our lunch break. Duplication of the Bronte Harbor Park renewal and the parking lot resurfacing. There's a note clarifying a correction in the report. Are there any questions on this? I have one question in regards to staff also recommend, the quote, staff also recommend that funding in another project be adjusted to replace the $664,200 in capital reserve with capital levy funding. Does that mean that do you know where you are putting those funds, or is there an option to direct where those funds should be used?
To you, Councillor Hazeltine. The way we have our budget structured is every capital project needs a funding source. And because this one was funded from the capital levy, we want to make sure we use up the full capital levy every year. So when we take one out, we want to replace it with something to make sure we maximize the use of that capital levy. It's purely the accounting exercise to make that happen in our budget book.
So should somebody recommend that the concrete repair at Heritage, at Bronte Heritage be funded using those dollars, would that line up with what you've just stated?
I'd have to double check the amounts, but I also think that one is just structuring how we fund it. The other one may be council's consideration of whether they would want to do a project. At the end of the day, if council considers it, the effect would be what you just stated.
Okay. Councillor O'Meara or McNeice, any question on that? Okay, thanks very much. We are at Appendix Y. Any questions? It is the staff report on headcount summarized from 2022 to 2023, including part-time contract and any gapping or vacancies. Not seeing any questions, so we'll move on to Z. I did not realize we got through the whole alphabet. Wow. So the staff provide benchmarking on towns planning staff compared to other municipalities to ensure there are adequate resources. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report leads me to believe that we might be understaffed.
And in terms of planners. And I will be recommending to the committee that we add a member to the planning staff to reflect the loss of natural heritage planning advice from Conservation Halton. And I'm looking for some feedback from the CAO or the commissioner as to what you think we need to do. When I look at the difference between the speed of approvals in Markham and their greater number of staff and our number of staff, I'm wondering if we're under-resourced more than what I thought. And do you have any recommendations coming forward for next year in this regard?
Through you, Madam Chair. As I think we discussed at the last Budget Committee meeting, there's been a number of changes that have been happening in the Planning Act. Bill 109 certainly reduced the time period, requiring us to comment sooner. Bill 23 changed the role of the region, as well as conservation authorities. We have in the budget right now in front of you 2 positions in planning as planners, and we had intended to see how that transition fell out throughout the year and report back either in 24 or if we needed to earlier. So that was our plan in terms of moving forward. I would note though, and I'd welcome any comments from Commissioner Garby, that we have always felt that we've lacked some support on the environmental side. Particularly, many of the work we've been doing requires that level of scrutiny. We have in the past relied on Conservation Halton and to some extent the region, but having our own resource in-house would very much benefit the ability of providing comments, and that's now that much more accentuated with the change in Conservation Authority. So while we have not recommended it as part of this budget, we certainly would not object to it because it is a gap that we saw as existing already.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Would you, do I understand correctly that the part year cost would be $84,500?
Yes, that would be for a partial year. There'd be a bit of an increase to sustain it into next year and beyond.
Okay, and then speaking, I hope for everyone, but certainly for myself, if after we pass whatever budget we pass, if you discover that 2 wasn't enough, or in this, if my proposal succeeds 3, I mean, the delta is 10. If you discover mid-year that you wished it had been a bigger number, I would encourage you to come back to council for an in-year adjustment. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor Adams.
I think my question's been asked and answered.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I fully support where the mayor wants to go with regard to a natural heritage planner. We definitely need that. Now, can we contract out from Conservation Halton at all, or the region at all, or is it stated that you are not allowed to use the Conservation Authority?
So as I understand it, I'm looking at Neil when I answer the question, that the opportunity to have an MOU to contract them to do the work was actually precluded through the legislation. So we don't have that ability to contract Conservation Halton to be able to do it on our behalf.
That was my understanding also. I just want to get confirmation from yourself. We really need that person. So I don't know whether mid-year is a little bit late, Mayor Burton, but fully support it 100%.
I'm looking for any other questions in this regard. Well, I'm certainly glad we asked the question for benchmarking, because additional support and planning is probably one of the most critical things we can do in 2023, given what's going on with Bill 23. All right. Appendix AA is just the staff report on dollars currently planned to come out of tax stabilization. So any questions from the committee or council on it? Councillor Elgar?
Through Madam Chair, just when you talk about coming out, whatever, as we go down through to the budget, we're going to talk a little bit about transit, I think, going forward again. So would we discuss that a little bit more when we get down to doing the table of what we're going to fund, if we're going to do something with transit, whether some is from tax stabilization or on the levy? Is that the appropriate time to talk about that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that would be the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So that takes us through all of the staff reports, and what is also in the appendix is just, oh, sorry, Councillor Adams, I missed your hand.
Oh, I thought we were moving to Appendix BB.
I was just going to reference that we have some comments from staff, so from residents in Appendix BB. If you have comments and questions, please go ahead.
I only wanted to note that there is some information here about Holton Heights, and staff did provide us a further memo by way of email, and it's not included in the appendix of the committee, but it was sent to budget committee members, outlining the operating cost for both winter control and lighting. And I just wondered if staff could tell me where the capital cost ought to come out of if that project was going to proceed. Which, would it come from capital reserve, or would that come from stabilization?
That would come from the, through you, Chair Hazeltine, that would come through the capital reserve.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, the question would be, I guess, to our director, Mr. Mark, regarding if we do the lighting at this park, are we setting a precedent for an awful lot of other lighting requests throughout our trail system in Oakville?
Through you, Councillor Haslett, Chair Haslett-Thiel, to Councillor Elgar, it would be unique to light a neighborhood park such as being requested. South of Dundas, traditionally, through our parks, neighborhood parks and parkettes, we have not lit the walkways. North Oakville is different. That is a has been a walkable community since its inception, and we do light and we do plow all the walkways through the parks in North Oakville. South of Dundas, this would be different. So whether it would lead to other requests, that's hard to say. I do know that we did, I should also preface that by saying we've had other requests come to light pathways at council in the past. That has been more related to direct safety issues that have gone on in the neighborhood, and it's felt that lighting would be beneficial to the community. I will say that in recognition of the request that's come for Holton Heights Park, that is a community that does travel back and forth quite a bit through actually behind Town Hall here, through the Valley System and up McCraney Street to White Oaks School to Sheridan College, evening classes as well. So if there was a walkway to be lit, that would make some sense from a pedestrian movement and also pedestrian safety. Holton Heights is I would say, is a candidate in that pool, but it certainly is different than what traditionally we do south of Dundas.
Thank you. That's my concern going forward, setting a precedent. I know in my own ward, Ward 4, it's going to become an issue. Do we have lots of money that we can just grab and get this done everywhere?
I would say I would leave that to the treasurer to answer that question.
Thank you. I think I know the answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Adams.
Sorry, that's a remnant hand.
Sorry, okay, thank you. Mayor Burton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Sully, what is the operating cost for the Holton Heights trail, snow clearing, and lighting operation estimated to be? Is it $8,300?
Through your, Madam Chair, yes, $8,300.
And the capital contribution, is that $84,000?
$84,000, which would be funded from the capital reserve.
Okay. And for Mr. Mark, I have a recollection that following representations from students at Sheridan College about the safety of the paths through the woods south of the campus, what measures did we undertake there?
Through your chair, Haslett Thiel, through to Mayor Burton, we did work with Sheridan College directly to light the pathway from McCraney Street into the college through the woods. We provided the lighting as a part of our recreational trail system. The college provided CCTV cameras to provide greater safety for the students.
And you mentioned that we've had other requests south of Dundas for lighting on different places. Could you name any others?
We've had, where we've actually done the work, I would say the lighting of this valley system in behind us here at Town Hall certainly is one of them. We've had another request up in Ward 5. It's the Shannon Creek Trail system there. We put about 3 or 4 lights in a park there as well through Councillor Grant and Councillor Knoll. So there is occasions. We did light the pathways in Oakville Park, again, part of that Sheridan College community to provide greater safety and moving from 6th line into the college as well. So I'd say those are 3 off the top of my head where we've actually done this in the past.
And I'm not sure it's comparable, but we did put lighting on the public walkway along the lake for Tannery Park, is that right?
Yeah. That is correct, Mayor Burton, we did, yes, we did. Any
others on the lake?
Through the redevelopment of Brownie Heritage Waterfront Park, that was also lit. Here you're also referring to more of our community parks, and we do light our walkways within community parks, and we categorize our waterfront parks pretty much as community parks. So Lakeside Park is another location where we have lit the walkways through the park as well.
And our consideration is safety?
Primarily safety, that certainly is one of the focuses. Also responding to the greater need of desire of people to walk in the evenings. Certainly that was foremost in our minds when we lit Tannery Park to allow the community to use that park after hours. So yeah, between safety and greater pedestrian desire and use of our park system is really behind what we do.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. Madam Chair, I think it's clear that precedents have, it's very hard to tease out a situation where there's no precedents anywhere. And we do have a commitment as a council through many a term of council to public safety. And so I want to thank the residents who wrote in, whose names are suppressed in the report, but in Appendix BB, bringing this to our attention. And I also want to thank the other members of the public who wrote in. All of them were very interesting and useful feedback for the budget, and I appreciate the time that everybody took. And I especially note the request for more pickleball. Apparently, there is no end to the desire for pickleball. And Council and I, I'm sure, look forward to trying to satisfy that need as carefully and quickly as we can.
And bocce.
Oh, and bocce.
I see another hand, plus Councillor Adams is back up. Would you like, I'm going to look to the committee, would you like to continue to complete this and then break for lunch? Are you good with that? I'm seeing, all right, Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Chair Haslett-Thiel. For Director Mark, I was just curious, the $8,300, that's for the snow clearing estimate. And I assume that's a paved trail then?
Through you, Chair Haslett-Thiel, to Councillor Giddings, the operating impact is predominantly the snow removal cost. There is some money also in there for the electrical operation of the fixtures, but they're LEDs, so that cost is quite insignificant, frankly. And it is a paved pathway.
If this were to move, all right, thank you for that. If this were to move forward to Clearview Woods or Joshua Valley or Avonhead Ridge or Kings Park Woods or any of the others, those trails would have to be a hard packed surface or a paved aggregate surface to allow for plowing.
Through your Chair Haslett-Thiel, we certainly prefer if the pathway is going to be plowed to have it paved, notwithstanding there's a number of pathways we plow today that are limestone screening. If we're going to be lighting a pathway, I would recommend we also asphalt it because in my opinion that is going to increase the usage of the pathway, and the more pedestrian usage of the paved pathway, the greater winter control we're going to have to apply to that surface. It's extremely difficult to sand and salt limestone screening pathways because they are so permeable. So that's why we like to pave them if we're actually going to light them and plow them in the winter.
All right, and so if this were to move forward further areas, we'd have to look at the cost of electrical and the runs and connectivity and so on.
Certainly, each site would merit its own unique circumstances. I will say in this case, the pathway was already paved as part of a previous capital project in the park, so that certainly allowed that cost not to be included in this particular project, which provided significant savings there.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Adams.
I wasn't going to continue on this, but just to clarify, it is a paved path and it's an active park with a soccer field, 2 soccer fields, one on each side, a full size and a small one. It also includes tennis, pickleball courts, playground area. So it's an active space in terms of what's there already. I want to ask on a different matter, which is we had a delegation on the Pink project, and I was estimating that it would be a $20,000 item. Can staff confirm that that's a reasonable estimate for us to incorporate?
Through you, Madam Chair, at this point in time, we would think that 20,000 will be sufficient. We are going to be looking at two different options with respect to the PINK project. One is where we provide products in baskets, and one where we use time machines. Mississauga uses time machines, and they find that it ensures in less damage because we are looking at putting them in parks as well. So we will be costing out both, and we will be reporting back probably in April on our implementation plan.
Thank you. So that figure is a sufficient figure to
At this point in time.
to manage what we're thinking of doing initially, and we'll get, if we need to adjust down the road, we can adjust down the road. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I had, not for, not on this matter, a different
Councillor
matter.
Adams, can I just ask, can you wait till we get to the spreadsheet for some of these so I can let Councillor Mira speak to the one that was on the floor, and then we will take a lunch break and come back and go knee-deep into all the items that might be adjustments.
Okay, I just wanted to ask our staff if they can clarify, there was a finance position that was discussed, which I believe it was a $75,000, and I just wanted to confirm that that was the case.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, and that's a partial year impact. It would be annualized the following year.
Thank you so much.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just briefly to ask Director Mark, with regards to the lighting of pathways, is this something that we should be developing a capital plan for, and maybe getting a list together and getting some parameters around what we light and where we light it? And then, I mean, should we be bringing a request for report for this item? I mean, rather than, I mean, Councillor Giddings mentioned 4 or 5 that are going to come up, and I'm sure every other councillor is probably going to come up with a list too. Would you prefer if we had a process around this, which would allow you to sort of prioritize, and then we can allocate capital funding too? Is that a way to move forward here?
Through you, Chair Hazlett-Thiel. Councillor O'Meara, I think that probably is a good idea, rather than just handpick particular sites. I think having a more comprehensive plan, as I said, each site is going to be differently. Holden Heights is much easier to do because we have an electrical source currently at the park. In some cases, it could cost $20,000 just to get the hydro to the park to light the pathway. So each case is unique, and I think coming back with a more fulsome report in terms of a hierarchy and locations and costs would likely be something that would be a good idea, and something that, as staff, I think we could give you a more comprehensive answer to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm hesitant. Mayor Burton, people are starving and their bladders are about to break.
Director Mark, I just wonder if you could reaffirm that Holden Heights is a special case that really doesn't need to be subjected to that kind of study.
Through your Mayor Burton, no, we've done the review. I am comfortable with the rationale that's been presented. We have lit pathways elsewhere in town, south of Dundas, in a similar fashion. So I would think this one would be excluded from such an overview.
CAO Closey.
Very quickly, Madam Chair, looking at the pathways, the lighting of them is an element that we can look at through the master plan. So I just suggest we don't need a special request in order to be able to do that. We have both the urban mobility study, or the transportation master plan, and the Parks and Rec Library master plan coming forward. So it can be dealt with there.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. All right. So we are at 12:12. I understand lunch has arrived. I'm going to look to the committee. Would reconvening at 1 o'clock be sufficient? Is that, do you want? Okay, I'm seeing 1 o'clock. All right, so we are adjourned until 1 o'clock, and thank you everybody for your input and patience. Good afternoon. We are now reconvening. the Budget Committee, and we move to the deliberations part. So, Mr. Vanderheiden, if could you put up the spreadsheet that has a list of the different adjustments that members of the committee have had an interest in? And I believe Delabar is going to work his magic at the computer. So just for clarity for the committee and those watching, these are not items that have been approved at this point. They're not items that are, they're items that have been considered either through the appendix where questions were coming forward or costing was provided. And what I'm proposing as chair is that we will go through each of these and allow, the committee will comment, and I believe the clerk calls it a straw vote on what's there, and with the magic of Delabar and Mr. Van Heiden's help, we will see what that does to the overall tax bill. But before I do that, I would like to move a motion, and I understand the rules of procedure require me to hand the gavel to another member of the committee to do so. So I'm going to hand the gavel to Councillor Elgar so I can move a motion that should be considered as part of the deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you then like to proceed with your motion?
I would, Councillor Elgar. The motion that I'm, and the recommendation I'm asking to be put forward is that staff provide council with a comprehensive transit report with options Oakville should consider to increase transit frequency and ridership, including an assessment of pilots, best practices, and other options that support the long-term success of transit, and to do so by Q2. And after receiving the report, should council approve a pilot, funding be considered under tax stabilization for 2023.
And that is your motion, Madam?
It is, and at the appropriate time, I'd like to speak to it in more detail.
Okay. Now have staff have got to, they're highlighting your motion to...
So there is no cost to my motion?
Okay, so just so we understand, your motion right now is to do nothing different?
My motion is to not proceed with, there's no financial impact to my motion. My motion is that we need a comprehensive transit report, and that comprehensive transit report should be options that work for Oakville, that increase transit frequency and ridership, but also give us a more full picture of pilots, best practices, and other options that might enhance what we're all worried about, which is how do we get increased ridership? How do we address the knowledge that's out there about how you increase ridership, and to have a more comprehensive report than what we've been able to achieve so far.
Thank you very much. So we have two hands up. Mayor Burton, would you go first, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the mover wanted to speak to our motion. Has she satisfied that need? I'm not sure. I will have to ask her. Have you said you want to speak to your motion afterwards also, or?
I'd like to speak to it after hearing other people's comments.
Thank you.
All righty. I can't support this motion, and I move that we defer this motion until we've considered the line-by-line adjustments to the budget. I am planning to move that we authorize the Youth and Seniors Transit Promotion Initiative described in the staff report for $1,090,000. And if that fails, then I think it would be in order to ask for the report. And I would, that's my position on the motion.
Thank you. Since at this point it's been, Mayor Burton is asking for deferral, we'll lead a vote, a straw vote to see do we support the deferral or do we move on? Now, I'm in the right order. Maybe you can help me out. Do we hear from Councillor Adams since before we deal with the deferral?
No.
That's what I was hoping we would say. I thank you. So we're looking for all those in favor of the deferral.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just 1 second. So the deferral is just to defer for however long until we get through some items here right now?
Right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're okay with, okay. All those in favor of deferral? It passes. I thank you. We will defer that motion until later, and I will hand the chair back to the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams, or Elgar. All right, so we're going to start at the top of the list. Mayor Burton, sorry, you have a motion you want to put forward.
Could I see, can you make the screen show all of the items instead of being cut off at hearings and litigations, whatever it says? Less of the top and more of the body?
Scroll up.
Apparently not. Windrow clearing, oh, there we go. We can see all 20 items. Madam Chair, I move approval of the Santa Claus Parade, the Pink Project Women's Washroom Products, the sidewalk snow clearing, the waiving of the patio fees in 2023 and offset of any lost revenue with tax stabilization funding, the Parks Waste Dumping Education Program, the winterization of one washroom building a year, the Holton Heights snow clearing and lighting operation, the funding for ATMP traffic calming initiatives. The focus here is on bringing forward active transportation projects. I see this as one of the ways that we can answer the frequent questions from members of council about how to move faster on mitigation of climate change. Promoting active transportation would certainly do that. I move approval of the Councillors Community Benefit Allowance of $45,000. That's an increase of $3,000 to a roughly $9,000 item that hasn't been adjusted in many years. I move approval of the transit promotion for students 13 to 18 free ride pilot. I propose that come off of the levy because it's not, in my mind, not a pilot. It's something we need to do. I move so I'm pointedly skipping 11 and saying what I said, that it comes off the levy. One of those is supposed to be seniors. I believe there might be a typo. Is that right? Because right now you're showing both of them saying students.
Yeah, it should be seniors.
Thank you. So I move the transit program for seniors as part of the Youth and Seniors Transit Promotion Initiative. I move that be off of the levy, not tax stabilization. It's not a pilot. I move the approval of intergovernmental affairs position to be added to the Office of Mayor and Council for the purpose of reducing the amount of surprises we get from the province by improving the intelligence we have from Queen's Park. There's a memo that I distributed to members of council that goes into more detail, but basically we need a senior person with an established network in Queen's Park who can reduce the opportunities for council to be annoyed at being taken by surprise by initiatives from the province. I move the increase of $22,000 for postage and distribution for the Office of Mayor and Council. We presently have, for communications, $35,000. That gives us enough money to do a written communication to the home twice a year, and I think quarterly would be in order. The feedback I had from so many people during the election was that they didn't know what we were doing, and the only way we can reach everybody is by print to the door. Everything else, electronic, requires active participation and steps by the residents, it's very clear that some people will only, anyway, I think that's self-evident. I move the addition of a revenue and taxation coordinator for the finance department. This is consistent with a request by the commissioner for that commission. I move the increase of $35,000 for the community activation grants. I move the addition of $84,500 for a part year addition to the planning, a natural heritage planner for the planning department to make up the loss of the natural heritage planning advice that we formerly were able to get from the conservation authorities, but is now forbidden for them to give us because the province has decreed that conservation authorities must stick to their main core business, which is hazard protection. I move that we increase legal fees in corporate hearings and litigations, $500,000. I spoke to that earlier. And I do not move the windrow clearing. I spoke earlier about how I intend to bring forward a program next year. And that's my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor O'Meara, Councillor Elgar? I think you were first, and then Councillor O'Meara.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I see what the omnibus bill here is before us, and I have no problem. I'd just like to go through them one at a time. And if people then ask for, they don't to support, to vote against it, or we can move this very fast. But I'm glad to see everything's laid out here. It looks nice and neat.
Okay, I have Councillor O'Meara, were you next?
Yeah, sorry, I just don't see the streetscape item in here.
Yes, that's correct. Oh, it's down, sorry, let's go to the bottom.
Okay, and then there's the, okay.
Just,
Madam Clerk, had they been visible, I would have moved those.
yeah, apologies, sometimes technology doesn't always do what we want it to do.
The right side screen.
Okay.
Could I just offer a comment about voting on this?
Our procedure bylaw calls for us to separate an item that we wish to challenge, and that would reduce council's, the committee's time and work. If you separate the ones that you don't want to approve and then vote them down or up, and then the ones that you're of a mind to approve, you don't need to have a separation.
So Councillor Elgar, it was your suggestion to go through them individually. I'm just going to look for any feedback you have on the suggestion the mayor had. Do you want us to go through each and vote, or do you want us to, I mean, that's what your request was?
No, actually, what the mayor is saying is fine, because if I can just go through the ones I have any questions on, that can work for me fine. Okay. And as long as everybody else, they can ask to also, anything want separated.
Councillor O'Meara?
Sorry, Madam Chair, would it be possible to get do we have an email copy of what's before us on this list, so that even at least as councillors, we can see everything in front of us all at once? I don't know who's got that's operating the screen.
Or Mr. Van der Heyden, is it possible to have it emailed so we can pull it up on a side screen that we can monitor?
Through you, Chair Haslett, if you give me 30 seconds here, I can send it out to all members of committee.
You can have a whole minute.
You can shrink it pretty fast. We couldn't.
Mayor Burton.
Could they just print us off a sheet?
The sheet, I think, will fit on one sheet of paper.
There's a request to print. Is that going to delay us a little bit?
5 minutes. That's fine.
The clerk is saying if you send it to her, then I believe Madam Clerk can print.
You can.
Madam Chair?
Councillor Dudek.
Yeah, I wonder if it could be emailed to us who are virtual, because it's very small print.
That will be done forthwith. Thanks very much, Councillor Dudek.
Thank you.
And while everyone is working towards that, Councillor O'Meara, was that your request?
Yeah, for now, yeah. And
Okay.
then when Councillor Elgar's finished separating items, depending on what he has separated or not, I may have a list to separate as well. Thank you.
All right, and I'm looking to Councillor Adams now.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, in the adjustments to capital budget, are all of the items moved?
Well, it was the mayor that was in fact speaking to items, but we only got to the top part first.
Yeah, well, I think I understood him to say he moved them all, but I wasn't 100% sure. Okay. I'd like to know if, I'd like to ask that staff report on options to improve the streetscape areas for arterial and collector roads. And I spoke to it earlier, covering off, on a similar basis of the issues that are described for the Bronte area, where something's going on the street and it may provide an opportunity to improve the streetscape. Similar things are occurring now in a number of arterial and collector road areas in North Oakville. And I'd like to make sure that it gets, at the appropriate time, a report back to handle those things. So I named the Upper Middle Road, but there's a bunch of collector roads that I think could have applications coming forward that would benefit from some kind of planning review of this sort of thing. And so I'd like to know if I can, I was going to attach it to the number 3 on the adjustments to capital budget. So where it says add the streetscape design to include Bronte District streetscape study from capital reserve. I'd like to add that and that staff report on options to improve the streetscape on arterial and collector roads.
Okay, so so can I ask you to hold that thought, because I think when we get down to it, it'll be where we'll talk about capital separately.
Okay.
And if I'm clear, Mayor Burton, just give me 1 second. So if I'm clear, Councillor Adams, what you're asking is to attach it to item 3 or to add an item, a new item?
It's effectively adding, it's in the same category, which is why I was looking at that item. But effectively, it's a separate request for report, which would, in a future year, might require some kind of planning work.
So my suggestion would be that once we get through all that are either going to affect the levy or the capital for this year, that you refer it to the 2024? Would that be something you'd be considering?
I would just make it a request for a report in a similar way to, I think, what you were trying to ask about in your own motion.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. All right. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to share that under the procedure bylaw, what's in order now is discussion of my motion, including any separations to it and amendments. So that's my prayer, that everybody will remember that we have a procedure and we'll follow it.
So from a procedural bylaw perspective, my understanding is, Councillor Elgar, you asked that the items be separated out. Is that still your wish?
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
And are you separating them all out or just a certain number?
I'm only going to be separating ones out that I have questions on, and others can do whatever they want to separate.
So could I ask you to give us that list so we know what you're separating out? Because I understand Councillor O'Meara has items he may wish to separate out.
Okay, and I'm just looking at the list now that we have, and I'm Santa Claus Parade, fine paint, trying sidewalk, snow clearing, waving. I'm okay down to Holton Heights, clearing and lighting. It's the lighting portion on the Capitol that I have my questions on. And I have no problem with the actual snow clearing whatsoever. The community benefit allowance, I'm just wondering, based on what people have gone through in the community, whether that maybe we should just kind of chill on that and not do that. I would not support that.
So can I just ask you to give me the numbers?
Okay, 9. Number 9.
9 you want to separate out?
Please.
Okay.
Transit, I want to separate out, so that would be 10.
Yep.
11, 12, it looks like, and 13. Intergovernmental affairs, number 14, I would like to separate. Postage distribution, separate. Okay. Revenue, no problem there. Community activation, natural heritage, no problem. Legal fees, separate. Windrow clearing, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, Mayor Burton does not support that. Then I'm not asking to separate that out at all. That would be my list, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to look, Councillor O'Meara. So the items that have not been, is there any additional items you wanted to separate out? Because currently the separated items are 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, I believe, following the chart. And don't feel rushed because I know it's complicated.
No, I'm fine with it. Just some clarification on item 5, the waste.
So we'll separate out
Item
5
yes,
just
please,
to make it clean for everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, and did I hear there was a separation out of number 8 as well? That's ATMP? No? Okay, so we're only, okay, Mayor Burton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just point out that there's the error that I pointed out earlier didn't get fixed in what was distributed to us. If I remember correctly, which one Delaware changed, and one of them is the seniors. I guess it's number 12 now. They're not, what's been distributed says students in both places.
Right. So Delabar, just so we're all on the same page, so 11 is now students, and 12 is seniors. Hold on.
And 13.
Sorry, students is either by levy or tax stabilization. Seniors, number 12 and 13. The seniors, which is levy, or 13 by tax stabilization. So did that clarify for you, Mayor Burton?
So there's just one more clarification. I did not move 11 or 13, so you can't separate them.
Did not move 11 or 13. Okay, so let's, so that's fine. All right. Are there any other separations from anyone? Okay, Councillor Adams, you have your hand up.
That's my thing. No, I don't have my.
Hands going down, is that what I'm hearing?
Eventually, the hand will go down, maybe.
Okay.
I have to try to get you on my phone, but my phone's not booted up yet, so just let me, so I can jump you over. You can't hear me, can you?
I have no idea who that is.
It's well.
Oh, okay. All right, Councillor Dudek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if you could just go over the list again, because I don't believe I heard item 7, which was one that I think Councillor Elgar had raised.
Okay, so he is, at this point, the items that are being separated out are number 5, Parks Waste Dumping Education Program. The 9, which is the Councillors Community Benefit Allowance. The 10, which would be free transit riders, a free ride pilot. Number 12, which would be now identified as seniors, free ride on the levy. And number 14, which is intergovernmental affairs position. Number 15, a postage distribution increase to allow for 4 times a year, a newsletter. Number 19, legal fees in corporate hearings and litigation. I'll look to my committee. If I stated that correctly, that's my understanding.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, so I realize you said 10, but not 11?
So the mayor has only moved free transit
Okay.
students and free seniors on the levy. So those two lines that are there that speak to tax stabilization, he has not moved those.
But they could be discussed, though.
You could discuss them as
Yes.
part of the
Thank you.
process, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor, did you want to separate 7?
7, I want to, yes, 7 also.
Yeah, it's a budget meeting, it's still going on.
Could I just ask someone who's on Zoom, if you could mute yourself? We would really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Okay, so for clarity, you're asking 7 as well, which is Holton Heights clearing and lighting? Okay. Councillor Dudek, is that as clear as mud? Okay, good. What's in order is, Mayor Britton, you seem to have spoken to most of them as we've gone along. I'll look to the items that are separated out. We're going to speak to, actually, the items that are not separated out. Does anybody wish to speak to them? The Santa Claus Parade, the Pink Project, sidewalk snow clearing, the waiving the patio fees. Okay, Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. I support this entire package, and so I'd like to see the entire package work its way through properly. And one of the issues with kind of doing a bit-by-bit portion is it'll be difficult to know at the end of the day whether we get to where we want to go. By my calculation, we get to, if this whole package gets approved as it is, we get a 4% overall number, and I think that's within the realm of inflation that we've got. It's lower than where our neighbors are all at, and it puts us in a better position for the future years that we have to come. And so for those reasons, on a holistic basis, I support it. I also support the individual components of it and the way they're being dealt with. And so I think we've got some really good items that we're putting forward here that I think will answer a lot of the questions that we've heard from members of the public over the course of certainly the last year. We've answered a number of the delegations who have come forward, and I think we've done so in an important way. So for all of these different reasons, I support this package, and I think if we lose significant parts of this package, I would have some difficulty with it.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Is there any other member of the committee that wishes to speak to the items that are not separated out? Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to reiterate, again, the items that are not separated out, I'm wholeheartedly support as well. I think there's a great mix of things that we need to support in town and some new items that I think it's important that we support as well. We are certainly in very nervy waters right now and on the precipice of some tough decisions, I think. And I think, you know, a lot of families in Oakville and across Ontario are struggling to make end meets, whether it's at the grocery store or paying their property taxes or a number of things. So I'm happy and I'm really glad that we were able to keep it where it is. I think we still need to tighten our belt and ensure that we're delivering the best value possible for our residents. So again, the items that have not been separated out, I support wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Okay. And so Councillor Elgar, I'm just going to look to you because you haven't commented on those. So you're supportive of the items that are not being separated out?
That is correct, Madam Chair. I'm supportive of the items that are not separated out.
So Delabar, if you could just help us a little bit to Councillor Adams' point, you know, let's see where we're at when we agree and drop in the numbers for those that are not separated out, just so people can see what the overall tax increase would be as we're going through. And I get that that's different than someone requesting, but we're going to get there.
Sorry, just put it. Councillor Hazeltine, just for clarification, would you like us to put in just the ones that are on this first motion where there's not being pulled out, just for clarity?
I just want to deal with the operating right now.
Okay.
So you're adding Santa Claus Parade, Pink Project, the sidewalk snow clearing. It doesn't hit the levy if we waive the patio fees to tax stabilization. the park's waste dumping, the winterization of a washroom building, and you're also including funding for ATMP traffic calming initiatives being advanced. And I believe, scrolling down, all of those are the only, 17 you can also put those dollars in.
16,
17, and 18.
18, I don't believe is, I believe it was separated out. No?
No.
Okay, so 18 goes in. Thank you for the teamwork.
That was separated out. So don't do that one. I'm just going to, if I may, Councillor Hazeltine, based on my count of when you were separating them out, we should have, if you go to the top tally bar, 1, 2, and 3 are in. 6, 7, and 8 are in. And 16, 17, and 18. Did I miss one?
As happy as I was to hear you include number 8, it was separated out by Councillor Elgar.
Oh, my apologies.
No, I didn't separate that.
No.
You didn't separate number 8?
Not 8, Rob. No.
Oh,
So ATMP, you did not separate out.
I'm sorry, I meant 7.
7,
I think 7, you were just questioning the capital, that you were fine with the operating, correct?
that was correct.
So we can put 7 in.
I'm not questioning the 8,300. It was the 84,000.
In the capital portion. Okay.
Oh. Can it be done without the capital?
It's just plowing.
Okay. Other questions you have, John? So if we're going down the list,
Improving lights
so
in number 7.
those look like they shouldn't be put in.
That's why you need to
Community activation was not separated out, so it's
separate.
there.
You gotta tell it.
Revenue and taxation coordinator and natural heritage. Okay. Councillor Elgar.
Just to be clear, as Mayor Burton has stated, if doing 7, I'm also then approving where it says lighting operation. And that was not my intent. My intent was approved for snow clearing.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment that you would agree to from your motion, Mayor Burton?
Madam Chair, the councillor wishes to separate number 7, and he wants to, I'm moving both the clearing and the lighting.
I got that.
Because of the safety concerns. And so I really think that under our rules, the councillor could separate those into 2 things without, without me having to consider any amendment.
Okay. All right, so number 7 should come off, Delabar. Okay, so right now we're at 3.68, and Councillor Adams decided mechanical hand's not working, so he's got my attention. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to help you procedurally on number 7. The lighting operation is $500. So if you want to separate $500, by all means.
No, Madam Chair, the lighting operations of $500 is dependent upon the capital below. And that is the focus of Councillor Elgar's concern.
Correct. So let's leave 7 out for now.
So if you
Okay.
don't do the capital, the $500 doesn't get spent.
The 8,300 becomes 7,800. So anyway, that's the magnitude of what we're talking about on the operating side.
All right.
But to get at it, he needs to separate them both.
Okay, so so we see on the screen the additions of the items that were not separated out. All those in favor for,
Madam Chair, the councillor, based on what he has told us, really wishes to separate out the adjustment to capital budget item number 5.
I'm only looking at the operating right
But I
now.
moved all of them.
As a last minute, yes, you added it in at the end, and I was asking for you to wait and let us deal with the operating part of your motion first. If you insist that we need to deal with the capital at the same time, that's fine.
Madam Chair, I don't mean to annoy you. They're linked inextricably.
Okay. Can you pull up on the bottom so we can see it on the screen, the capital? So I'm going to go back to those that we're separating out because they may not have realized that separating out of adjustments to capital budget could be made at the time when you moved it. So are any committee members looking to separate out any of the adjustments to capital budget, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8?
Just 5.
So we are separating out 5. So Delabar, if you could help us take that one off the list for now.
And you have to, no, you have to delete the cells. Yeah. So just turn it red. There we go.
Okay. So, so you see the, so correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Burton, we would now vote on those that have not been separated out in the operating and the capital budget.
That's my expectation.
Right. So I would call the vote if there are no other comments on this. Seeing.
What is? 19 is legal fees in corporate hearings and litigations?
It's not, it's separated out.
It is separate, okay.
You're
Thank
separated.
you.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I thought.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you for asking. Are there any other questions on what is, so the motion is to approve everything that wasn't separated out and including in the capital that wasn't separated out. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Okay, let's go to the items that are separated out. So we are at item number 5, which is parks. No, it's not 5. It's Holton Heights. So number 7, which Councillor Elgar, did you wish to speak to it first?
Sorry, Madam Chair, just point of order quickly. I did separate out number 5. So was that included in the? You know what? Forget it. If it wasn't, it's
that's fine. I'm sure the committee would allow us to just correct ourselves at 30 seconds. So take that off. All right. Going once, is there anything else on here that should be separated out? I don't think so. Okay. So one more time. Those that are not separated out, do we have, we're voting on whether or not we approve them to go to council as a recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, anybody? Okay, it's approved. All right. Now, we make our way down the list. Parks Waste Dumping Education Program, Councillor O'Meara, you had wanted it separated out, so
yeah,
your floor to talk to.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just remove this. Unfortunately, I am a stern believer that the people who are dumping garbage, if you put signs up, they're just going to dump it. I mean, I might be fighting an uphill battle here, but I'd rather spend $18,000 somewhere else than signs. Some of this stuff through RAs and through residents associations and councillor stuff that's included in there, we can already do with limited costs. So I guess I would move, how do I do this? I would not recommend this, not put this forward, I guess, to vote against it.
And what my help?
Mayor Burton?
The procedure would be, there'll be a vote on the item proposed by me, and you would vote against it.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that's why I'm speaking to it. I don't know how many more signs we can put up and asking people to do what they probably already know they should not be doing in general. So I'll leave it with that then and vote against it when it's according. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Councillor O'Meara. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Councillor. And you know, that is consistent with your stance on signs in the first place. So I certainly understand your sentiment on this.
Are there any other comments on Parks Waste Dumping Education Program and its inclusion in the levy? So I'm going to call the vote on this particular item. All those in favor of the 18,000 for waste education?
You're, sorry, in favor of it?
In favor of including it? Okay, that passes, okay. We go to the next item, which is number 7, Holton Heights, the pathway clearing. This is the specific section on pathway clearing, which does have a minor, as Councillor Adams pointed out, lighting component. Does anybody wish to speak to this item?
I would just say I absolutely support the clearing. I'm just concerned the type of park it is. It's not the community park that our director was talking about, and I think it could have implications throughout various areas throughout Oakville, south of the of Dundas. So I will not be supporting. I'll support the 8,300. To me, the $500 is inconsequential. It's just that the capital portion of that for the lighting I would not support. But I would support on this line, number 7, the 8,300.
Are there any other comments on this? Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleagues' information on this item, but I think I embrace the precedent of increasing safety wherever the residents discover that they have the need for increased safety. It's what we're here for. And so that's why I put it forward. And I recognize that the distinction here, the capital and the operating for the lighting is extremely small. So I hope that it will pass.
Are there any other comments? Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate our director's comments on this one to let us know that it is a unique case. There are safety issues to it. But I also did note his desire, and I think shared by at least myself, that we do get a capital plan on this, so it's not one-offs. So I will support this, but I would also hope that, as the CAO mentioned, that we can get an actual plan together on how we're going to tackle these through the parks master plan and that. So I will support this, and I do look forward to seeing the master plan come through with where we should have these and under what criteria we should be having them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Are there any other comments from the committee? I'll add my comments. I will support it because clearing an already asphalted path that's widely used makes a lot of sense for our commitment to active outdoor winter walking, and so I will be supporting it. So I will call the vote on Holton Heights snow path clearing is what we'll call it. All those in favor? Okay, and so that now carries.
And Madam Chair, that includes capital budget number 5 and number 7? Both? Did we just do both at the same time?
No, it only deals with number 7, which is the 8,300.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the next one is the Councillors' Community Benefit Allowance. It's recommended by Mayor Burton that there be an increase in the community benefit allowance. Just going to turn, Mayor Burton, have you spoken to this or do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My takeaway from the election and extensive door-to-door canvassing is that all of us need to communicate more. And as I said earlier, it's been a long time since we increased your allowance for that purpose. And that's why I'm offering you $3,000 apiece to improve your opportunities to communicate. And yes, there are 15 members of council, and including myself, and that's why it comes to 45,000.
So I see Councillor O'Meara's hands up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I just think, everybody else is tightening their belts right now, and I think council can do that as well. I think we need to take holistically a look at how our offices are operating through the mayor and council in that office, and what the communications are, and whether we continue to go piecemeal or we figure out sort of where that happy medium is. But yeah, I think right now is not the right time to be doing this, so I won't be supporting that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Elgar?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I also, I don't disagree with what the mayor is trying to do at this point, because we haven't had an increase in a few years. However, based on people coming out of the pandemic and people are having a tough time, I just think that I have to figure out a better way and a cheaper way to communicate with the residents. So I'd like it would be helpful, but for this year, I think until we get things going better, that I will not support this.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Adams?
I'm going to speak to all three of the items that fall into this category. So line item 9 and line items 14 and 15. The mayor put together a memo with some description of each of these. I support all of them. On the councillor's community benefit allowance, it is one that we haven't changed in quite some time, and inflation has had an impact on our ability to provide some of the communication materials that we have in the past, and so I think it's not an unreasonable ask. Similarly, on the intergovernmental affairs position, there's probably no single bigger issue that the town is facing and the region is facing, for that matter, than the issue of working with our other levels of government and making sure that that work is being understood and preemptively dealing with issues before they land in our laps on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, so to speak, I think is really important. So for all of those reasons, I'm going to support all of these.
Councillor Elgar, is your hand back up?
No.
No.
It should not. I'm sorry.
Okay. So in dealing with the councillor community benefit allowance, I wanted to just ask a clarifying question, if I may, of staff. At the region, if you overspend in 1 year, it's the cumulative of what you spent during your term of office, do we have the flexibility to offer that to councillors?
To Councillor, I believe the way our policy is currently constructed is that you are maxed out for every year, and if you go over, the councillor is required to pay it back. There is no carryover provision.
So, but a motion of council could allow a carryover. So if somebody overspent in 1 year but underspent in another, but their total amount didn't exceed their community benefit allowance, that could be determined by council through a motion. Is that correct?
Council could determine that through motion.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Burton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I like where you were going with that, but I just want to clarify. Council would have to change the policy that drives the procedure. It wouldn't be, so to go over it without having to pay it back personally would require a change in policy. To carry forward an underspend amount, a positive variance, that happens at the year-end financial report where council approves the transference of any surpluses to various reserves. And so the technicality here is, in that case, council would be free to vote to create, if you will, 15 individual community benefit reserves and move the variance there rather than into the tax stabilization fund. But I just wanted to make sure that we understood the procedure that we would follow.
So dare I say that sounds very complicated, all for something that should be quite simple. Okay, so the reason I asked was just to see if there was some flexibility, because print costs have gone up, and those of us that make the effort to send those print newsletters out, there has been an impact. However, I concur with Councillor Elgar and Councillor O'Meara. I can live without it. We can continue to communicate, and we could possibly leverage a more team approach to how we communicate. So I will be voting no on this one. And at this point, I will call the vote then on Councillors' Community Benefit Allowance. All those in favor of adding it to the levy? I see 2. That does not carry. All right, the next one is the transit students pilot from May to December 2023. And Mayor Burton, your hand is up.
I'm sorry, I'm working to take it down. It was a residual hand.
Okay. So Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Voting for this one, can we somehow do a bit of a modified split here where half is levy, half is stabilization?
Yes, all you have to do is move that.
That's what I would like to move that, a 50-50 split.
So he's moving an amendment.
An amendment to the motion for a 50-50 split, and at the same time, I would do it for the seniors also, a 50-50 split.
So just for
That's
clarification, then, Councillor Elgar, you're moving, sorry, you're asking that
A modification so that the 550 becomes a 50% of 550. And similarly for the 540, that it would become a 50-50 split at this point in time. So that if it does become permanent, it won't be a hard hit in the following year. And I think it allows a little flexibility to see whether this will work at all. I'm hoping, I am hopeful actually, that this will make a huge change in ridership, but let's see. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I believe Councillor Adams was next, and then I'll come back to you.
I just wanted to say I accept his amendment as a friendly amendment, and that allows you to put, you don't have to have a vote on the amendment unless you want to, and you can put the amended item in front of council. In fact, you could put them both if you want.
Okay. Councillor Adams.
I don't support the change, and I don't support it because we already effectively have for the following year an extra 4 months of funding that'll be required. So the original motion has 8 months of funding allotment for it. It doesn't have the 12 months. And so when we come to the 2024 budget, we're going to be already adding an extra approximately $500,000 in to cover the January through April 30th period. And so as a result, we effectively already do have a split in what we're going to be seeing in the upcoming year. And so from that perspective, I think we should be covering more of the cost now as we see the benefit.
So can I just ask for some further clarification from you, Councillor Adams? What additional funds are you asking to be added in?
I'm not asked. So the motion that was originally on the floor was item 10 and item 12. I support those. The amendment that Councillor Elgar asked for and Mayor Burton has accepted as a change is to change the 550 and the 540 in lines 10 and 11 to split them 50-50 and to take, if I understand it, they want to put 275 in for line 10 and 270 in for line 12. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, that's what I understood was being discussed. Mayor Burt.
I thank the councillor for his calculations and his advice, and I considered that when I made the decision to accept Councillor Elgar's amendment as a friendly one, and I support it. It has the effect of reducing the impact this year and shifting some impact into the future, and I knew that, and I'm okay with that. Of course, it is the will of the committee and eventually the will of council that will decide.
Councillor Amira, you haven't spoken on this, so you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm going to put my hand down because it gets a little confusing that way. And I think it was one of our first budget meetings when we were looking at the tax impact on this, and I had suggested, well, you know, either we're going to go all in or on out, and either we try to hook some of the younger kids to you know, start to revolve their life around taking public transit. And now I guess that's what happens when you float stuff out. Now you're looking at a bill to pay. So what I do think after speaking with staff is right now we have a pilot project going on with On Demand. We have a 5-year review that will be done this year. We might end up looking at models that maybe Kingston did where it's evening and weekends and not what we're staring at right here. There is so much up in the air right now to say that we got to put this on the tax levy when it is a pilot. We don't know what we're going to land on. We don't know what the strategic plan is going to say for 5 years, what we should be doing. So I would prefer that this go on the tax stabilization funding and not on the levy, even 50% of it right now. We just don't know. There's too much that we don't know. So I will not be supporting this one for those reasons. And I would like staff to do the work and then bring us the information that they have before we make a decision on how we're going to fund what we don't know. Thank you.
Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for his comments. I did reflect that I was in part moved by his remarks, which he was good enough to repeat and acknowledge having made, asking us to act. And here we are acting and we're pulling back. Okay. I just want to correct the board in front of us. I did not move a pilot. I explicitly said, I'm not moving a pilot. This is for good. That's why I originally said on the levy. So with that, I'm happy to receive the will of the committee and eventually the will of council.
Okay, so I just want to bring some clarity to what we would be voting on, and then I want to speak to it as well. So we have transit, free transit for students 13 to 19, and it would potentially begin May to December, and it would be on the levy, and then free transit for seniors beginning in May to December, and it would be on the levy. Those are the two that are.
Yeah, there's one more correction, Madam Chair. Unless we're using students just as a word to be synonymous with youth, what I'm proposing is a program for youth, not students.
Okay, so for youth. Okay, so transit youth is what it should say. Okay. Councillor Elgar, I saw your hand up at one point. Is it down again? Okay. All right, so I'd like to speak to this. I concur with Councillor Amira, and I do so after thinking long and hard about the fact that, you know, youth riding 13 to 19 and starting to move towards greater independence and embracing the fiscal freedom, if you will, of not having to plan for a car and all of those pieces. We all know there is benefits in the longer term for more people to ride transit. We also know that that through academic research and other pilots, and we've heard from our transit director that there is research that makes frequency the greatest driver of ridership. And as a town, we have invested multiple millions of dollars in the future of transit and in the electrification of transit. And I understand we're frustrated that less people are getting on the bus. But I do believe that, you know, we don't need a right now pilot or a right now give it free. What we need is thoughtful, comprehensive plan from our transit director and his staff and all the expertise that he can garner so that we make a decision that doesn't have long-term levy impacts for our residents, that truly sets our transit system up for future success and enables us to make an informed decision, not having picked up bits and pieces of what's going on in Kingston or the passion of what's happening in Burlington. I believe that the most important thing we can do is to allow them the time to give us that comprehensive report. There's a multitude of research out there, and the Ride on Demand program has tremendous potential, but if we make a decision that youth ride free, we may very well have implications for the Ride on Demand and how it could work, which drives the number one attribute that makes people get on transit: frequency and convenience. So while I desperately would love for more people to get on the bus and to enable them, I do not believe that the long-term, the short-term decision that's being tabled is the right decision at this time. It may very well be a decision that we should make once we have the comprehensive report. And my understanding from the director is that we could have a clear enough picture by going into the 2024 budget process, which enables us to make the responsible decision about whether or not a pilot or a trial, what is in the best interest of Oakville's transit system, not every other town that's out there. So those are my comments.
You really feel about it.
Yeah. Mayor Burton?
Madam Chair, thank you for your passionate comments. The same research also says
that free drives increased ridership as well. And I've lost track of the number of times staff have been asked by council to find ways to increase or to speed up our efforts to mitigate against climate change. And it's very clear from the academic data as well as the data from next door in Burlington that making it free increases ridership. Increased ridership is fewer car trips. Fewer car trips is an impact on climate change. So listening to council repeatedly ask staff earnestly to find ways to spend more and bring forward more speedy results on climate change prompted me to support this when several other members of council initiated this conversation earlier in our budget process. So I'm proud of the proposal. I'm going to continue to support it, and as I say, I'm happy to await the will of the committee, but also the will of council.
So thank you, Mayor Burton. My closing comment will go to what Redmond and Beatty said when they were looking at transit fares. And I quote them: "Decreasing transit fares is not recommended, as this tactic is shown to only have short-term ridership gains." And that is also supported by Taylor and Fink, who happen to be transit experts. And what I really want to say is we are not transit experts. Our staff are transit experts. And out of respect for them, I would ask the Budget Committee not approve this and allow them the time to do what we employ them to do, and to put their talent to work to once and for all put forward a plan that allows us to increase frequency and ridership for the long-term success of transit. So with that, I will call, Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much. I've listened to the discussion and I've changed my mind. I'm going to support the revised motion that's on the floor, but I fully expect that it's going to come back to council and that there'll be further discussion at council when it comes to council. And it's not, to be clear, it is not what I want. I think that all of this funding should be directly on the property tax bill, because we're getting 8 months of the service at this level, and doing it the other way around, we're putting 8 months of the new costs into the next year, and I don't think that's appropriate.
So I am not seeing any other hands. So I'm calling the vote on items, I've lost track of what those numbers are, number 10, and I believe it's number 12, which is Transit Youth 13 to 19 ride free, and Transit Seniors ride free starting in May. All those in favor of the motion? With a 50-50 split, 50% on the levy and 50% on tax stabilization. So with that clarity, all those in favor? All those opposed? It carries. All right, we go to tax number 14, I believe. Number 14, intergovernmental affairs position. Councillor Elgar, you separated that out.
I did, and thank you, Madam Chair, and I was pleased actually over the weekend, you sent us the organization chart, which Jorge was kind enough to give to us to read over the 5 people that we have. And in there, I was reading and this really needs some clarification because it said, was that part of actually his responsibilities is he identifies opportunities for the town to participate in and influence the development of public policy at the regional, provincial, and federal levels of government in areas central to the town's priorities. And I thought, wow, that sure fits into what we're trying to do right here, which I think is a great thing. But I'm wondering whether somehow we can readjust priorities so that which will allow him to do what is spelled out he is doing. So that's why I asked for that to be separated, please.
So I look for any other comments from the committee on the funding for an intergovernmental affairs position. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did my colleague have a chance to read the memo I distributed this morning?
Not in detail, no.
I'll read it for you. This request is for a new position in the Office of Mayor and Council to increase councils and the town's effectiveness in the intergovernmental, that is Halton, GTAH, Ontario, and Canada arena, and in cross-sector advocacy. The new position will reduce the risk of being caught by surprise by federal and provincial initiatives impacting the municipal level. The position will assist the mayor and the chief of staff in their federal and provincial advocacy efforts on behalf of the town, council, local businesses, and stakeholders. The position will support growing the mayor's leadership roles in the Auto Mayors Caucus, the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus, and the GTAH. It will advance the mayor's efforts in attracting investment, employers, and job creation to drive economic development in Oakville and maintain the town's reputation as one of Canada's best locations to invest. As well, additional resources are required in the Office of the Mayor and Council in response to higher workload demands and requests from residents and stakeholders, as well as increased demands for the mayor to attend, host, and prepare for events at the same time as activism from Ontario and Canada in the municipal sector is steadily escalating. The result is the need for a focused position to be filled by a senior experienced person. I'll just interject there, rather than the part of the set of duties that it now presently occupies in our job descriptions. The position will enhanced support to members of council will result from reducing OMAC staff time now given to an unfortunately ad hoc and reactive stance in relation to intergovernmental surprises. Council will continue to bring their needs for OMAC support to the mayor or chief of staff to avoid cross-direction of staff and possible conflicts with goals and priorities already given by the mayor and chief of staff derived from other council priorities. This is a simple management criteria, and it's only there to assist those members of council who have asked me from time to time, how do we get the Office of Mayor and Council staff to help us? And the answer is see the chief of staff or the mayor. And that's the case. If the will of the committee and the will of council is against it, your surprise level and my own will continue to be, I imagine, what it has been. If you accept that if it is your wish to reduce the surprise level, then this is the remedy I offer you, and I'm ready to receive the will of the committee.
Councillor Elgar.
I thank the mayor for the extra clarification. I guess I'm just wondering, based on we have a staff of 5 right now, whether we can punt some of those duties off to the region which I'm sure the other municipalities must have something similar, and if we could ask for them to get involved more with the provincial level. The reason I mention this is, I remember a number of years ago, we tried this similar idea where we hired a person to go to the government, and we've learned a lot since then, because then they realized the person they hired wasn't a lobbyist, so we had to give more money to become a lobbyist at the province. And I remember at the time Kevin Flynn saying, why didn't you just come and talk to me, you know? But we're learning, but I'm just trying to think, getting out of the COVID and all the issues and people at home and their tax bill, whether there's somehow we can rejig to get what the mayor needs to be done, but I don't disagree with him, to reassign some of the duties of the 5 staff we have now currently with us. Because we've got some pretty knowledgeable staff, I do believe, in the background there. That I don't know. That's all. Just trying to save 75 grand. I thank you.
I believe Councillor O'Meara is next.
Sorry, if the mayor wanted to speak, I'm happy to wait a minute. I saw his hand go up pretty quick.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Madam Chair, may I?
Absolutely.
Look, if it's the will of the committee and of council not to do this, we will make do with what we've got, and we will do the best we can. I would say that we have already deployed the staff as efficiently and effectively as possible. Why would I do less? And it was complaints from councillors about being taken by surprise that made me turn my mind to, well, how can we do this? And the idea is to get someone, I've already explained the idea. So if the will of the committee is to go along the way we've been going along, and you're accepting of the level of surprise that we get, that's fine. I can live with that. And I hope that, you know, if this does fail, I hope the committee and council will remember that, you know, the next time we're surprised, that I'm usually surprised too. Thank you. I await the will of the committee.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am okay to support this. I would ask through the mayor or the chief of staff if they might work to redo the org chart then within the office of mayor and council, and perhaps realign a member or a staff person in the office of mayor and council who can maybe work and liaise with members of council on their various elements, which I saw in the org chart, from local events to communications and these things. So it's not just if councillors need help, call to people in the mayor's office, but maybe there's a role for somebody when we reorganize priorities, where somebody could be tasked with outreach to councillors and making sure that they've got their eye on all the balls for the councillors as they are doing stuff in their communities or that. Because I'm hoping that this adds to the overall capacity and not just this will be all it is for intergovernmental, but maybe it will free up some roles, as you've mentioned, your worship, to have somebody in the office of mayor and council sort of be the point person. Okay, I've got the council stuff and we'll liaise with Jorge that way or something like that.
Councillor Elgar, I see your hand up. Do you have no additional comments? Okay. Okay. Are there any other comments? Mayor Burton?
I want to assist my colleague on his suggestion. There's 14 members of council. In effect, we have one person who will change from one time to another because of vacation or illness or other such things. And it's the chief's job to administer the office and to assign the work to the person that can get it done the soonest. If 14 people are directing one person, you will have traffic jams. That's why I went out of my way to say the proper path is go to the chief of staff. If you can't reach him, call the mayor, and we'll get your work done the fastest that way. It's a fundamental principle of management. We actually have the same rule here. We don't want council diving down into the lower levels of the staff and directing an individual staff member. Same concept. So if you'll work with us, we can satisfy you better. But thank you for your support.
Are there any other comments? I have a few. So I fundamentally agree that, and I'm actually surprised that the intergovernmental affairs position is new, because my understanding was that we had an intergovernmental affairs individual through the chief of staff, though I thank the mayor for his clarification on level of expertise and focus, and one individual who may have a greater level of impact depending on who the candidate is. I would echo that, as you've made abundantly clear, that none of us want to be surprised, including yourself. What's underlying the concern is beyond, though, the intergovernmental affairs position. What councillors are, what I was hearing through Councillor O'Meara and others is that the opportunity to restructure some of the work so that there is clarity on what support councillors will receive from the budget that is assigned to mayor and members of council. And so while I will support an intergovernmental affairs position, I would ask for a report that clarifies what and how a councillor, beyond picking up the phone to call the chief of staff, what is work that can be provided and services to the councillors.
I'll be glad to give you that.
Thank you.
But it'll still go through the chief.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'm going to call the vote on the intergovernmental affairs position. All those in favor? It carries. All right, next up is postage distribution, item number 15, 4 times a year. The mayor wants to increase his print newsletter going out 4 times a year. Do I have that number correct, Mayor Burton? I wasn't sure if that was, okay. So the ask is for $22,000.
We have $35,000 for communications. The cost of postage is about $14,250 per time. And that means that $35,000 will just do twice. And in order to do 4, you multiply 14 and a quarter by 4, and you get 57,000. You deduct 35 from 57, you get $22,000 in postage request.
So I'm just going to look, are there any questions or comments from the committee?
Fine, I shouldn't have separated that one, that's fine.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and it carries. Revenue, okay, that one was already in. So we are down at legal fees in corporate hearings and litigation. The request is to put $500,000 additionally from into the legal budget. Okay, and it was separated out by Councillor Elgar. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, the only reason I wanted to separate it out is I thought if we get into legal fee problems, we will have to take from the tax stabilization, so I didn't want to put it in the levy this year, if possible. I understand it could happen. I'm hoping it doesn't happen and it doesn't cost us that much, but I think I would just like to leave it, the legal, what they have in right now, and not add the 500,000. I thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this? Councillor Adams?
I'm going to support it. We've got a long history of having higher legal fees, and whether they are relating to one particular assignment or, as I foresee, more assignments coming into the pipeline, I think it's an appropriate placeholder. We've had comments in the past about where's legal money coming from and how much do we have. And I think it's appropriate from a transparency perspective to show people how much we're budgeting for.
So are there any other speakers to this? Okay, I will speak to it then. I'm actually not going to support it as presented. I believe that litigation as it arises, if it arises, we have a history of taking it from tax stabilization. It is exactly what tax stabilization is there to do. If there is an unforeseen circumstance that requires us to pay additional legal fees to do a battle that council chooses to do, then it should be coming out of tax stabilization, and we should be transparent with the public that in fact, just as we did in the Budget Committee did by having a report that shows what we have in tax stabilization and what we have used some of those funds for. I believe that it belongs in tax stabilization. I hope we don't need it, but if we do need it, we have a healthy enough reserve based on a quote from the Commissioner to support litigation as we need it. So I don't see it as it limiting us in pursuing what we feel is right, but I don't think it should be put on the levy this year. So with those comments, I'm going to call the vote on legal fees and corporate hearings and litigations, adding $500,000 to the levy. All those in favor? And that fails. All right, so if we go down, I believe, can you send my motion, the other one? One more. Okay, so on capital, all of those were already, none of them were separated out, is my recollection. I'll look to the committee to help their chair. Okay, so so at this point, all of the item.
Sorry, one was separated out, number 5.
Sorry. Thank you. So Holton Heights is separated out. It is an $84,000 from capital reserves for Holton Heights Park to get lighting. Councillor Elgar, you separated this one out. Would you like to speak to it first?
I think I've spoken enough to it.
Okay. And are there any other members wishing to speak to this? Are we ready to call the vote on it then? All those in favor of Holton Heights lighting installation from capital reserve? All those in favor? Okay, and it carries. All right, so I'm going to look to the dynamic duo that has been terrific standing up there. All the items that were brought forward by Mayor Burton are now all of that has now been dealt with. All within the adjustments to capital budget have been dealt with. I'm going to turn to the committee. Are there any additional adjustments or deletions that you are looking for that we may not be aware of or have not discussed? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so sorry. Pretty soon you're going to have to dance, Tom, because
Yeah, I think so. Somehow you're going to have to be able to look. I think it's the monitor that's in your way. So it's not an adjustment to the numbers here, but it was that request for that report that I spoke to earlier. Can I do that now?
You may, and I believe there's a couple others to be dealt with as well.
Okay, and so what I'd like to do is move that staff report on options to improve the streetscapes on arterial and collector roads, and without being specific, so that's the motion, but to put a finer point on it, what I'm trying to get at is there's a number of locations particularly where we've got commercial space or mixed-use space in a number of parts of Oakville, and so I didn't specify one ward or another, but I can speak to a number of locations in my ward where I think this could apply, and that would include some of the Upper Middle Road area, some of the Dundas area. I could imagine parts of places like Postridge, and there's a whole bunch of new places in North Oakville, north of Dundas, where we are trying to build really walkable spaces. And I think we need to think about the streetscapes that we're applying to them. And as we have redevelopment applications coming forward, and I think we're going to get more of these intensification things, those are the kinds of opportunities where maybe there could be better streetscape applied, similar to what Councillor O'Meara was describing for the Bronte area.
CAO Closey, could you just speak to this in terms of the request? It's a request for a report. In terms of resources, work, et cetera, do you have any comments on this request?
I was just actually looking around to see if Gabe Charles was in the room, and he's not. I we certainly can report on it. We do have urban design guidelines that we have been working on, which quite often deals with the streetscape itself, and I think in a lot of aspects it does. And in addition, when we brought forward any of the secondary plan areas and the more detailed growth areas, we have included streetscape work in there. So I can't speak to the resourcing, but certainly a report coming back in terms of the resourcing to be able to complete those streetscapes could be dealt with at that point in time, whether it's part of our urban design or as a separate component.
Madam Chair, I'm perfectly happy with that, and I completely recognize that north of Dundas does have special urban design elements to it, and that does make it different, and so that's why I think having a report back would be completely appropriate.
Okay. Mayor Burton?
Yes, I support my colleague's intention and his objective, but I believe that the proper place for a request for a report is a meeting of council under our procedure bylaw. And, you know, the basic facts of the situation is that this committee is about to sunset itself with the completion of its work. You know, and for that matter, in the same vein, the motion here asking this committee to call a meeting of the next committee is, in my view, not quite in line with our procedure bylaw. The next committee should be called to meet by council or by finance staff if that's too complicated. But just in terms of jurisdiction and who owns what, this committee's business is the budget for this fiscal year of 2023.
So, so you have your answers, Councillor Adams?
Yes, I fully understand. I appreciate and understand that. And since it would be coming to the same council meeting either way, that's why I'm doing it now. But if you want me to ask the clerk to take the words I just wrote down and put it on the docket for Monday or whichever day, Monday, that's okay.
Okay. All right. So are there any other comments from the committee? There is one other motion that I wish to make. And I did seek advice from the town clerk in regards to a request that I have. My recommendation is that the Budget Committee convene again this quarter to discuss the budget process with staff and prepare recommendations for consideration for the 2024 budget. And the reason I am tabling it at this committee is because I believe that our responsibility as a budget committee is to do a postmortem on what we learned through the process, what we observed as opportunities in the process. It's healthy, good management of our responsibilities. And so I would like the committee's support, and if it needs to be approved, which it would, as part of council on the 27th, I'd like the committee to consider this request. Mayor Burton.
Madam Chair, I support the idea and I'll vote happily for it. And in my opinion, this committee can call a meeting of itself for a postmortem. So I hope that simplifies life for everybody.
So, so technically I'm supposed to pass the gavel, I understand, in order for...
Madam Chair, I'll happily move it for you.
All right, thanks, Mayor Burton. All those in favor? Okay, so carried. All right, Councillor Elgar.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to thank staff for what they've provided to us for this budget deliberation. I think it's been absolutely fantastic. When we asked for something, they've gotten it to us. The spreadsheet, you've done a great job. I just think staff don't get enough credit sitting back there counting beans all day. You know, there's a lot of work goes into this behind the scenes. So I'd like to really thank staff for what they've done. And also, if they'd be so kind to send this last spreadsheet to us, I'd appreciate it. I thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for chairing this committee. I think it's worked out very well. I know it's taken pretty well the day. I was hoping it would, because I think all the different delegations that came to us, we addressed everything. And I think it's been excellent. So thanks very much.
So I understand I have some motions to pass, because Mr. Vanderheiden just was like, no, you still have some more, we have some work still to do. Hold on. So my understanding is that I need a mover to, that the staff report dated February 14th, entitled 2023 Operating and Capital Budget Deliberations from Finance Department be received, that the 2023 recommended operating budget as presented in the 2023 budget and business plans document be approved, subject to the spreadsheet that we just approved?
If I may, Councillor
Yes,
Hazeltine.
absolutely.
What we've done in the past is we actually have Appendix A to that staff report that details out all the specifics, so that is clear for the record what they are. So if you would allow us a short, maybe 10-minute recess, we can make sure we have that all in the right format. The Budget Committee can then vote on and then send to Council.
All right. The two individuals that have been tremendously helpful, you get your 10 minutes. We are adjourned for 10 minutes, and when we come back, we will finalize everything. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, do you want to do that on your laptop? Yeah.
All righty. We are ready to reconvene. We have all the committee members. Thank you very much. Mr. Vanderheiden, I understand you have something to put up on the screen for us to guide us through those last motions.
It should be coming on. There we go. It's up there. So this document reflects all of the changes and adjustments that were just discussed at committee. We translated them from the spreadsheet onto this motion prepared for your consideration. And if you can zoom in maybe a little bit. I don't think I can read that.
I think the clerk is trying. Okay, so do we need to read this into the record, or what is your advice? Mayor Burton, what's your advice? Okay. All right, so we have in front of us that recommended operating budget. We see all of the items related that were on the spreadsheet. Staff assure us. Can you just scroll down for us, Joe? Thank you. Okay. So we see all the items that we have just approved, including keep going all the way down to the Natural Heritage Planner Part Year. And then we have an addition that the 2023 recommended budget as presented in 2023 be approved, which is subject to, and this is what's in our report right now, but it also includes now all the capital budget additions that we made. I'm just looking to the committee. Is there anything, any discrepancies that you're seeing as you're reading? Councillor O'Meara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, items items F and G. So it says that the project resurfacing CAPI level funding of the amount be removed, and that funding of another project. So those don't include the duplicate. The duplicate's still in there. That's correct?
Through your chair, Hazeltine. So we're going to be removing that item, and we have to have G in there because of how it was funded. That's just how we have to do it on the back end. So that item is now out.
Right.
The duplication is out. It's only in there once.
Okay. Okay. No problem. And then just to back up a little bit, sorry, just with the snow clearing. So, and I'm okay with it. I can't remember the conversation. I thought that we were going to do all 3 BIAs, or did we decide, no, we're just doing the downtown BIA? Is that it? Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
The mayor's motion had the 80K in it.
Okay. Okay.
Though I think your point is that at some point we should reconsider that for Kerr and Bronte
We'll bring it back.
But it is as it is right now. Mayor Burton.
The idea I expressed was when we, upon completion of their new streetscapes, they would then, of course, get the same treatment.
Correct. That's what I was indicating. Okay. Can you just scroll? So we see the capital, we see the in and out of the one, but we also see all the others that we've approved. Can you keep scrolling? So that means that the Town of Oakville 2023 net levy request is now $239 $1,592,300, and that's inclusive of all that we've put in, correct, Assistant
Correct.
Treasurer? Okay. And that is the approximate is 3.8 on the tax rate. We're also agreeing that any surplus or deficit resulting from the difference in the actual assessment would be transferred to and from tax stabilization. No surprise, that's standard procedure. The rates and fees that we saw earlier on now be approved, the amendments to existing bylaws. And then at the bottom, it says the remaining appendices B to BB, the staff report just be received. And then keep going. And then this is a slight wording change that the Budget Committee convene in April to debrief the 2023 budget process and provide recommendations for staff's consideration, and that staff report back to the 2024 Budget Committee meeting in June. Okay, so, and then I understand I have one more I'm supposed to add, which is that an additional 2024 Budget Committee meeting be approved for June 19th, 2023. Mayor Burton?
That's the one I don't think it's this committee's authority to do.
Okay, well, we were not 100% sure, so we will leave that off and bring it to council. Okay, thanks very much. So we, Councillor Chisholm, you have your hand up?
Yes, I'm looking, I must be getting tired, scrolling down very quickly. The $400,000 for the design work for Kerr Street and Brawny and so forth, is that coming out of tax levy or is that out of stabilization? I don't see it in here. I see the added 100,000, but where's the 400,000?
Through you, Councillor Haslett-Thiel. So the original $400,000 that was in our capital budget, I believe is funded from the capital reserve.
Okay, so it's there. Thank you.
We took care of you, Councillor Chisholm. All righty, so I need a mover for the recommendation. Councillor Elgar moves it. All those in favor of what we put on the table?
Madam Chair, can I just say something?
Sorry, you're correct. I should have allowed everybody to speak. I apologize.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff and every member of the committee, and it looks to me over the course of our meetings, every single member of council for their interest and their suggestions. And I want to point out that what we've done is we've approved just about every request that we collected from members of council. And I think that means every one of us has something in here. And I just want to point out that that took us from 3.52 overall to 3.8. Or in other words, 0.28 was the small increase that it took to do so much for our constituents, that each of us brought their needs to the table. And so it's a budget I think that we can be extremely proud of and represent with pride to our constituents. And I just really want to repeat what a pleasure it is to work with all of you. Thank you.
Are there any other committee members that wish to speak to the motion on the floor, the recommendation on the floor? Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. I appreciate many of the items that are in here. I did speak earlier about the holistic nature of the package that was being put forward, and I still believe in that. And so I still have problems with particularly the lack of the extra legal funding and the way in which the free transit is being dealt with. And I expect that some of these discussions are going to happen at council again. So I'm okay with this going to council, but I'm pretty sure there'll be further discussion.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Adams. Is there any other individuals who wish to speak to the recommendation? So I guess it's my privilege to do that as chair. I think that the committee has applied itself to a lot of listening, and I'm particularly proud of the fact that we had a greater number of people participate in the open house. We also took some time to really explore some of the reports, and I'm appreciative, very appreciative of Dalabar and Jonathan's extraordinary patience, and I believe everyone should get an opportunity to work with them because you learn lots, but more importantly, they reinforce the professionalism of our staff, their commitment to getting you timely information, and their expertise. It's something that we should be very proud to support. I think the number that we've landed on, I'm less about the number and more about the services that we've been able to maintain. I think that it's tremendously important that we be conservative this year. Bill 23 is an unknown. We've been told that repeatedly. And a levy that is at this number allows us to have a little bit of breathing room in some of those areas while we await what keeping us whole means. But I'm pleased to support that it's 3.8, and I look forward to my council colleagues' comments on Monday night. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your support. And with that, I will call the vote. All those in favor? And it passes. Thanks very much. And I believe that I need a motion to adjourn the meeting. And Councillor Mears' hand went up right away. All those in favor? All right, and we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.